Connecting. And hello YouTube, are you here? Welcome everyone. We are working on Hyperslice today. We are not working on the boss design. Today we are working on some other tasks because I need to finish the demo as soon as possible. I sent a build for review on the beautiful website that is Steam. So hopefully on Monday or Tuesday I will get a reply saying that everything is fine. I also did that for the playtest, that way I'm also ready. Remember that you can still playtest the co-op version, which is on itch. You will find a link probably somewhere in the chat or whatever. And so today we are going to work on waves. Maybe the abilities, but I don't think I'm going to have time for that. It's quite huge. And maybe the multi-arena setup. Maybe I work on that. Honestly, multi-arena setup is very cool. Do I need that though? Maybe not. So we'll see, okay? But right now what I would like to work on is the difficulty curve for the waves. This is something that I've been thinking about and I struggle with it. I need to find a way to modify my the probabilities of health depending on that. I would have started a new project without having thought about the several layers of gameplay loops. A second point, as we've discussed already, I feel there's some kind of compromise. There are some things that you only start learning after a given stage in your game. You don't learn the game stuff when you're prototyping or when you're publishing or playtesting it or making a tutorial, or in my case, trying to follow the fun or analyze the situation, the failure of my game in this case. At the moment, my game is kind of a failure and I didn't know why. I had no clue. But up until this point, with the tutorial with all the existing features and stuff, I thought the game could still be enjoyable once it was finished. Okay. Again, I'll let you finish if you think that you still have some stuff. And I will react on that. I have a very, I have my take. Are you still processing my video? What the fuck? Can't you just post it right now? Share now? Sharing. Okay. I'm not saying that now that it's finished, it's still not fun. It allowed me to realize that something else was missing, the higher level gameplay loops. I'm not saying that adding more gameplay loops would make it successful, but I just realized that you need to at least give it some thoughts at the beginning of the game, not at the end. So now, when I start a new game, I have more tools, more knowledge, more things I need to think about. Okay. Finished my single point thing. In my opinion, what you're saying in here, is, I mean, I totally agree with you. I just don't think that it correlates with the size of the game or working on it for longer. It's part of the learning process, so maybe you didn't know that yet, but I think when you finish something, it's important to, the moment you decide you finished something, it's important to take a step back and look at what you've done and understand what went well and what went wrong. And so, when you said earlier that if you move to a new game, you would have missed the point about the gameplay loops and stuff, I kind of disagree. Because in my opinion, that's just before starting a new project, you look at what you did, and I'm pretty sure you would have figured it out, and that's actually what you're doing right now. So you're kind of doing it, right? And maybe you have the impression that this wouldn't happen. Maybe you think that it only happened because you worked on the game for long enough. I don't think it's true. It might just be because you don't have the habit yet of being able to criticize your game from another point of view. In my opinion, when you decide to stop working on something, it's when it's the easiest to look at your game, because now you're completely detached from it, right? Especially if you let, like, I don't know, a few days, few weeks, you look back at your project, and now you see things way more clearly. That is also why I encourage people to move on to other projects. Because then, when you're not invested in the project anymore, you can look at it and be like, oh shit, I understand now. You see what I mean? And it happened to me too. But when I was in the project, it was way too difficult for me to see what was going good or not. You see what I mean? And so, I don't think you spending more time on the project necessarily led you to realizing this. I think you could realize what you realized just by stopping the project and looking at the thing. Call me Zed, just take a step back. Exactly. On YouTube. Hell, exactly. I think really taking a step back at any point really helps you understand what you're doing. But to really hammer in my point, when you stop a project, your entire vision, your entire stuff changed. It's so much easier to look at a project and be really critical of what you did if you decided to stop working on it. I don't know why, and maybe some people are able to be more critical earlier in the project, but personally, I find it super difficult to really see the project for what it is when I'm currently invested in it. Because it is that, right? You are invested in the project. Even if you don't think you're making a masterpiece, even if you don't think it's going to revolutionize everything or whatever, you're still invested. That's why you're doing it. And so you need to stop doing it. You need to say, okay, it's done, or it's finished, or I abandon it, or whatever. And then, boom, there's a switch. There's something that happens, and you see the project differently. And you should be aware that you might also see the project in a much more darker way, right? Maybe you will see your project and think it's absolutely shit. So you have to with time adjust the slider and be able to see it for what it is, instead of either see it for something way better or something way worse. You have to find the right balance. But I'm pretty sure it's much easier to do it when you're not working on a project actively. For some reason, the brain is much more capable of saying, hey, this doesn't work, this works, this is weird, whatever. I can give you one example of that. When I'm criticizing something, when you send me your Steam page, your trailer, whatever, it is incredibly easy for me to look at it and pinpoint the thing, say, oh, in here it's too long, in here it's not clear, whatever. And for you, for the person that made the project, the trailer, whatever, it's much harder, right? They are in the process, and sometimes they're completely blinded by the process. Whereas I'm not part of the project. I see it with a completely different vision, and so it's easy to pinpoint. Again, you can do the same thing with your own project. If you're not invested in the project anymore, it's like seeing it as an external person, right? And so now you can pinpoint the things, and you can be like, oh yeah, I understand. This is not clear. That doesn't work. What is the gameplay loop in here? So this was a very long point to tell you, I think that what you understood with the help of maybe watching some other people play and whatever, I think it's definitely good, and I'm glad that you realized it. But I think it doesn't have to be that way. You can also achieve the same thing on your own or not earlier. I think it's possible, right? Again, I think it just gives me another reason to tell you to make smaller games and to move on faster. Because you will be able to see what went wrong, and so you will be able to make progress much faster. In my opinion. Again. So I think what you're saying is totally right? It's totally right. We arrive at the same point. It's just that we do it differently. Super K on YouTube, how should I build a metaverse application? What? I'm participating in L'Oreal Hackathon, where I'm building a hairstyle 3D generation app. How should I approach towards it? This is very generic. And maybe you're I don't know if you have knowledge about game dev, but it feels like you're it feels like you're missing some building bricks in here, right? So I don't know how you should approach it. I don't know what is your scope, what you want to do with it, what is your knowledge level, so many things. Maybe because of the new perspective. Call me Zed, yeah, definitely. Definitely. New perspective, so much easier. For some reason, the brain switches from being the creator to being someone else, to being someone that can criticize or that can experience the thing. I understand. Thanks for the detailed explanation. Yeah. And I mean, this is part of the process, right? What you're doing is part of the process, is part of learning and learning about you also, because we are different. And maybe I'm telling you things, but maybe you will do your own stuff in your own way, at your own pace. This is the difficult thing about giving people recommendations and stuff, right? Because we are all quite different. Hey Leo, welcome. So yeah, and your first point was what? First point in my case, this was revealed to me that I was completely missing a huge part of the picture, the game design subject, the gameplay loops. Yeah, okay. So I think I kind of answered that, right? I kind of answered that. Again, I think it's normal to miss parts of something, and sometimes you know what it is, and sometimes you don't, especially when you're closer to a beginner. You don't know what you don't know, and you only know with time. So yeah, you've answered that. Okay. Yo, what's up? So we are working on Hyperslice. I said we were working on Hyperslice, and I'm not really working on it. The first point is that I completely missed the fact that a game should have several gameplay loops at different levels. But what does that mean, Arkham? I'm going to... Okay, you know what? I'm going to do devil's advocate for a second. What do you mean, should have? What do you mean, should have? No, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. One for the second to second playing, then one for the minute to minute, and one for the hour to hour, and something day to day. No, I disagree. This might be true for a big game. This might be true for a big game that is made by a studio or an experienced indie or whatever. And it might be true for some types of games, but there are so many games out there. I can you know what? I can give you an example. What about horror stories? What about psychological horror stories that you can finish in 2 hours? You might not have multiple gameplay loops, right? Or you might have like 2 gameplay loops, but it's just because they don't want you to be completely bored when they tell you the story. And there are so many other genres in here that simply don't have that. Idle games maybe don't have that, or maybe they do, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is, every time someone is trying to tell you this is the recipe, this is what you should have, you should say, I'm not sure. How is it possible that there is one recipe to make a multitude of games? So what I'm trying to, and then what I'm trying to say also is, it's not because the ideal game should have that your game should have that. You see what I mean? Because if you think like this, you will find yourself in a weird place where you know a bunch of stuff, and it will be incredibly frustrating because you will know a bunch of stuff. You will know what should be the ideal release date, the marketing, how you should do it, how you should attract players with multiple gameplay loops and retention techniques and whatever. And then you're stuck because you're not able to do a game that is ticking all of the boxes. And I think it's the wrong approach. I think it's the very wrong approach. Just go towards something that you might find fun. You see what I mean? I'm going to go back to work. Don't worry. Hexels Infinite. It's just a bunch of puzzles like Minesweeper Machon. Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. There's no minutes to minutes, hours to hours, day to day gameplay in that. There are many games that are much simpler, and also it's fine. It's fucking fine. What I think you don't realize is that your game, the game that you made, was fine for what it was. A simple game that you made in I don't know how much time, and that is it. And the moment you try to turn it into something bigger, you lose the idea completely, because the game was not supposed to be bigger. And it's something that many people struggle with, because they have ideas that are great for very short, very small games. What we could call jam games, right? Many jam games are very good, can be enjoyed for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and that is it. And trying to make it into a game that can be enjoyed for hours is simply not really possible. It doesn't make sense, because maybe the mechanic is cool, but it doesn't scale. And that is fine. This is also something that you learn. You will learn that some mechanics don't scale, and when you try to stretch them, it's worse, because what is best? A 10 minutes good experience or a 1 hour stretched experience? I would take the 10 minutes. I would take the 10 minutes. I actually like when games understand their scope. I'm gonna finish on this, okay? I like when games understand their scope, meaning they know the potential of their ideas and they stop at the right moment. They don't try to make the game longer than it should be. They explore the possibilities, they explore the mechanic, and then they stop. They say, you know what? I think we've seen what we needed to see. I played a game recently that was basically a golf, but with like a trimmer, and you would trim grass. Really fun game, super juicy, etc. The game is not super long. I think if you play it and you're not super bad, you probably finish in like, I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe less. You see what I mean? 45 minutes. The game could have been made way longer, introducing new mechanics, adding more levels, etc., etc. But I don't think it's worth it, because at the end of that game, I finished it and I was like, you know what? I enjoyed it. And I think I've seen what I needed to see. Whereas AAA games, for example, they tend to try to be super long, filled with content. And so usually in the first, 5 to 10 hours of gameplay, maybe even less than that, you've seen everything that you needed to see, right? You've seen everything. You know, Assassin's Creed is not that deep. It's not that deep. You're a guy, you're moving, and you're fighting stuff. Maybe 5 hours into the game, you've seen everything. And then it stretches. It stretches and it stretches and it stretches. And how many times have I played a game where I was like, I'm done with it. I don't want to see more. It's enough. And the game is still continuing, and putting more stuff, trying to stretch everything, adding more content, adding more quests, adding more progression. And I'm like, stop. I don't need that. So I think especially as indies, it's really good to be able to say, hey, my game is not a 5 hours game. It's not a 2 hours game. It might be a game that is enjoyable for like 30 minutes. And then, maybe, eventually, if you want people to play your game more, you can give them other things that might make them come back. For example, updates, or simply a way to play against people through online, leaderboard, whatever. You give them a solution that maybe is going to tell them, hey, you should try the game again, right? You've experienced it, but you can experience it again from time to time. And maybe it's worth it, right? In games where the goal can be to have a high score or to go fast, having a leaderboard will give that to some players. They will be interested in coming back and trying again. But I don't think it should necessarily be the goal. Especially, again, remember, as an indie, you don't do things the same way. Honestly, you don't. All of the advice that you see online for like successful games and stuff are usually aimed at bigger games and bigger studio, I think. And indies, they can do things differently. Anyway, this was very long. I hope you understand what I mean. I think your understanding is there, right? I think you're getting there. But again, more experience, better in my opinion. Way better. Took me long enough. Yeah, no, don't worry. Don't think about it that way. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, everyone has its own path, and even long time after you've been doing something, you can still learn stuff. And sometimes you look at something and you're like, why am I doing this? I've been doing that thing for like 2 years, and I don't even know why, and it doesn't make sense. You know, it's like that. It's a good thing. I think you know it, right? As a dev in general, you're constantly learning stuff. You're really in a field where it's moving, it evolves. And I think game dev is that, because you as a creator will evolve. Maybe you will start by doing arcade games because you enjoy the arcade aspect and like the very video game aspect with like the rules of video games. And then at some point, you will be fed up with like the rules, and you will break all of them, and you will make games that are much more narrative or much more experimental. You see what I mean? So I think in a journey as a creator, you're constantly evolving. So you're constantly making mistakes in a way, right? Like, I'm an undergrad student, and I'm only learning a phase. I read all the theory part, but not be able to apply it. So I'm trying one through this hackathon. You've read the theory. The theory about what? The theory about what? I think if you super K, I think if your goal is to do stuff, and you've been struggling because you've done a lot of theory before, just do something. But like, reduce your expectations. Don't think you're going to do something incredible. You can't deal with 10 unknowns. You see what I mean? When you're doing something, especially in a reduced amount of time, you can't work on something that has like 10 unknowns. You have to choose how many unknowns you want to work on. So if you know a bit of dev, but you don't know how 3D works, that's it. That's the unknown. You can't add on top of that multiplayer and procedural generation and whatever. You see what I mean? You have to have like one unknown, and that's it, eventually. Like neural network, AI, data science, Unreal, I think it's, to me, it's not super clear what you're trying to do. I don't know if it's just me, but I have a feeling it's not super clear what you're trying to do. Right? So what I would suggest is define as best as I could, as best as you can, the thing that you're trying to make, and what is the scope, and how much time you have. And then when you know what you want, you can look at what are the building blocks that are needed, right? Because the message that you sent me, it's like impossible. Of course you don't know where to start, because it's impossible to know. You're saying you're making a hairstyle 3D generation app. This is too vague. You need to be more clear with what you're trying to do. More precise. Right? More precise. And maybe you don't know how Unreal works, and maybe you don't know how 3D works, and maybe you don't know how to do physics-based hair. So my advice is think small. Think small. It's the number one thing that people are doing, especially students and stuff. They constantly think too big. Okay, let's go back to Hyperslice. Hyperslice, I need a difficulty curve. Okay, let me show you what I have. I have a difficulty curve that I set up. Not in here. Not in here. Not in here. The towers, I don't care. I have a difficulty curve that I set up in here. This is what I want to use, and I'm starting to think, is this the right is this the right thing? Is this the right difficulty curve that I want? Because it feels like I'm trying to think, when I'm doing a project, I'm trying to think with different brains, if you want, or as if I was different person. So there is the coding me, there's the developer me, and then there is the designer me. The coding me will think about a problem and find a coding solution, a programming solution. Okay, what type of data do I use? What is the algorithm that I employ, etc., etc. And then I try to make something that I can use as a designer, okay? And when I'm a designer, I don't want to think about technical solutions and code and stuff like that. I just want to think about what is important, in this case, the feeling that we have when we play. I want to feel that the difficulty ramps up, and as a designer, I want an easy way to tweak the difficulty. Meaning, I don't want to go through a bunch of objects and modify a bunch of values. Ideally, if possible, I want to have like one curve where I can say, okay, this is going to make it a bit more hard in here. The problem with my curve right now, I'm making it that way. It's going from 0 to 1, which might be a mistake, honestly. Maybe I do it differently, but I can't make it go higher than 1, right? That's a problem. But anyway, you'll see what I mean. My idea is that this represents the waves. So 0 is the first wave and 1 is the last wave. No matter how many waves you have, 1 is the end. And so what I want in here is a difficulty that ramps up. So initially you can see the difficulty for the first waves up until here, it's shit that Godot doesn't tell me what the value is in here. But if this is 0.25, this is 0.12, so this is like 0.06, right? So at 0.06, difficulty is still 0. What does that mean? I think what I want as a designer, I want that difficulty 0, meaning it's the base enemies, like the enemies without any health. They have 1 health, they can be one shot, okay? And then we ramp up the difficulty, and as we go towards the end, I want 1 to be max difficulty, which means enemies have the highest amount of health possible. Whatever that means, right? Whatever that means. Now, I need to convert that into some probabilities, basically. That's my problem. I need to do that in terms of probabilities, meaning when you are here at the beginning, it's because it's 0, it means that all of the enemies are going to be red enemies with 1 health. And at the very end, all of the enemies are going to be enemies, purple enemies with a value of 3, okay? This is what it means. And in the middle, well, you have more and more difficult stuff. So I just need to figure out a way to do that. It shouldn't be that hard, right? And I think this is going to help me tweak the difficulty. The only problem is I don't have an easy way to know when it's going to arrive. That might be a problem. So for example, in here, when there is this plateau, I would like to be able to know what kind of wave this is, right? I would love to say, hey, this is probably wave whatever. And now I need to guess it, because I need to guess, I have 21 waves. So if I'm at 0.0 whatever, it means wave 8. That's kind of a problem. That's what I wanted to type right now. This curve feels wrong to me. I've read somewhere difficulty curves are more like a series of mountains. Each mountain's a bit higher and the valley between them is less deep. I'm not saying that the curve is going to be like that, right? I'm not using the curve right now. What I'm trying to say is having a curve, I think, is going to help me play around with the difficulty. Maybe you need 2 curves also, one for the number of HP and another one for the number of enemies. Number of enemies is defined through the waves. Number of enemies is defined through the waves. Like at max difficulty, you might want a couple of enemies with max HP and also a bunch of easy enemies. What's the most difficult one? Oh, with one enemy with a bunch of HP or many enemies? Okay, right. Yeah. I don't want to have right now. I don't want to have the curve defining the entirety of the difficulty, because I think as a designer, it will not give me enough freedom. But as you said, you might have two curves, for example, right? The thing is, I want to simplify the input, but if I simplify the input to one curve at the end, it's probably too simple, and I want some ability to tweak. Hey Vex, how are you doing? So I think I'm going to use that. And we'll see, right? I need to find a way to use that. Also, what I did recently is that I added the ability to add towers, and I also added the ability to add waves where you survive for how much time you want, how much time I want. So this is pretty cool. I can show you, maybe. Maybe I should start with that. And in here I can put a tower. That way I can show you that. Now we can spawn towers. I'm gonna spawn one tower. We can override, but I don't care. Okay. I have a huge amount of work on that. I need to redesign the difficulty of the game, because it's all over the place right now. Also, look at that, leaderboards. Boom. Look at that, leaderboards. And I have the best time, which is completely wrong right now. It's completely wrong because what? It's completely wrong because I played the game in its entirety for the demo, but this leaderboard is the final leaderboard. It's not the demo leaderboard. So the real maximum score is 9,500 something, nearly 1 million. Because I played a demo yesterday on my Steam Deck. And if I press that, it finds me and whatever. Leaderboard is Steam. It's the same one as the previous game, basically. I didn't do anything. I just simply modified some values, but it's the same thing as I implemented for Color Space. So that's cool. Steam service. Yeah, Steam. Okay, let's start. And there is a problem. That's a good point. Seeing that there's a problem. I have walls. Oh shit, I sent that to review. I hope I didn't send that to review. I did send that to review. I'm fucking stupid. And it's the only problem. Do you use a Godot plugin to use Steam API or your own code? I use a Godot plugin that I modified a bit, but most of it is done already. I use Steam API by Sam's Face. I don't use Godot Steam. Godot Steam is way too big for what I'm using. I don't care about Godot Steam. So you see now there is this. It creates shields on the enemies. You can bump the enemies to remove the shield. You can also remove the link, but the link is going to come back, so that's not super important to do that. And so then you have to kill this thing to finally remove the shields and be able to kill them more easily. That's something that I've done a long time ago. I simply never took the time to implement it. And so yesterday I was like, hey, you know what? I should probably implement that shit. And so I did. Piercing bullets. Piercing bullets is actually pretty useful. But it's only for bullets, so it might not be that useful, to be honest. I changed the way the appear animation is also. I'm still 100% convinced, but I prefer it to the simple circles that we had earlier. So I think this is good. And survive for 30 seconds, new objective. So the problem with this survive for is that it looks like a normal wave, in fact. It's just that with time, it's going to get more difficult to survive because especially if you don't kill enemies fast enough, you're going to have a lot of enemies on screen. But basically, it's a much longer wave. You have much more enemies appearing. And then when the 30 seconds are finished, you simply move on as normal. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And so you see, Arkham, just to show you what I mean, to show you a clear example of what I talked about earlier. You see Hyperslice. The idea of Hyperslice is super simple. The game is super simple. And from the beginning, I was like, I think I need to turn it into a roguelike, because I'm kind of scared that otherwise it would be too short. If it's just an arcade game with the simple mechanics and that's it, it will be too short. So I started turning it into a bigger thing with like upgrades and more enemies and boss fights and whatever. And I'm thinking, sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm like, you know what? It might be a mistake. All of that might be a mistake. It's possible that I'm turning the thing into something too big for what it is. And so it's not going to have the effect that I want. Meaning, the game is not going to be that much better by having a bunch of upgrades and whatever. But it's going to be so much more work that at some point I might be stuck in a weird situation where it doesn't make the game better, but now that I've invested in that, I need to continue and I need to make the game that way. Otherwise, I've spent too much time for a game that is not going to have the success that I want. You see what I mean? This is especially true for commercial games, but it's true for everything. It's simple, but it's got at least 4 levels of gameplay loops, right? I don't know. Tell me. Again, a good way to learn stuff is to analyze things from others. Sometimes it's easier to analyze something that someone else made. And I died. Beating a whole wave, unlocking the next wave. Beating the game. Hours to hours, beating the bosses. Yeah, maybe. To be honest, I don't really think about it that way, but yeah. I think this is something that we often see with games. What you're talking about reminds me of what I said earlier about. It reminds me of what I said earlier about how is it called? About RPGs, right? What I see is that people love to add more mechanic in like a width instead of depth. You see the difference? In my opinion, indie games shouldn't work on width. So for example, if you have an RPG, adding the ability to customize the village by adding the ability to unlock things and add more I don't know, shops or whatever, is not going to make your game better. It's just going to make all of your mechanics very shallow. And why are they shallow? Because it's impossible for you to make a game with a lot of different mechanics and all of the mechanics being very deep and used. You see what I mean? The Legend of Zelda, but it's an Ubisoft hub. You see what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. And that's exactly what AAA has been doing for a while. They're adding tons and tons of mechanics. So if you see the space, horizontal, vertical, yeah, you can see it that way. So they're adding tons of space like that. They're adding tons of stuff like that. Like they're spreading, okay? So you can do, in one game, you can do so many different things. But every little thing that they are adding is not really that meaningful or that interesting or that exploited correctly. So you have a bunch of things that you can do, a bunch of loops that are super uninteresting and sometimes even like grindy and boring. Instead of having one or two things, but explored to the fullest in vertical space or in depth. You see what I mean? That's what I wanted to say. So at most I have a minute-to-minute gameplay loop. It doesn't go higher, which means that after 10 minutes, you've already been through the highest level loop of 10 times with no change, other than the vertical difficulty curve. Yeah, and don't you think it's fine? Why would you want it to be different? Why would you want it to be different, Arkham? Don't you think that there are many games like yours? Meaning, it's a simple idea, executed well, and that's it. It's fun for 10 minutes and you move on. Why would you want that idea to become bigger? Because basically it makes it bigger, right? If you want to add more gameplay loops. There are two ways my game is lacking to point of views: depth and gameplay loops. But some it has a small vertical curve, one more and more cards after each level, and no horizontal, no unlockables, new mechanic, no nothing. But why would you want horizontal in a game like that? Do you really think that horizontal in a game like that makes sense? Personally, I think horizontal in your game doesn't make sense. Eventually, more verticality, more depth, meaning that you use the simple mechanic that you have, and you find clever ways to utilize it at its fullest, and that's it. But that's it. That would be eventually one way to do it, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't necessarily think it's necessary. Look at Tetris, the core gameplay loop takes 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, definitely. And many of the earliest games were like that, right? They were more like arcade. That's what I refer to when I say arcade. In my mind, at least, it's that. It's more arcade. So my wish is that people would play my game for more than 10 minutes. So 10 minutes per day. If you don't set an hour out here and there. I think it's a lot to ask for a first game, Arkham. And that is why I would like to suggest you to move on. Because I think it's quite unrealistic what you're asking. I think it's quite unrealistic what you're asking. You know why? Because out there are games like, I don't know, all of the mobile games out there are made specifically to make people come back and play for longer. And so I'm not saying that your game is bad. Again, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, why are you not doing that with the second game? why are you holding on to this idea again? Is it really something that is it your dream game? Is it something that you enjoy so much to the point that you don't want to let it go? You see what I mean? I'm trying to understand why. I'm trying to understand why you're holding on to the idea, and you're not just getting that information and being like, okay, my next game is going to be something different, but my goal is to get players to play a bit more. My goal is to have one more game loop. Why don't you do that? Because you have the understanding now. Smack's Tetris at least has a fail state, a game over. Mine doesn't. Tetris doesn't allow you to improve at the game, be faster, clever in your placement. Mine doesn't. Okay? Mike, I'm just realizing a bunch of issues with the game. Okay. Sorry. I thought you wanted to continue with it, maybe. But I understand. Okay, I think it's fair. You're now taking a step back and looking at the game. Still in the learning postmortem part. Okay, fine. Okay. I assumed you wanted to do something else. I assumed you wanted to continue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand. But yeah. Fair enough. What am I doing? How about... Fuck, I missed it. Okay, stop. I should not be playing. How about instead of infinitely scaling numbers of cards, give players certain time to find the correct card. Dropping the wrong card causes a failed state. Taking too long triggers 1, 2. I need to get away from my keyboard for a couple of minutes, then I'll be back with more of me discussions. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's always interesting to discuss that type of stuff with people, because I think you learn stuff about yourself at the same time, right? I think it teaches you more about you as a game dev too, and I think it's a good point. Okay guys, so you've seen my thing, right? You've seen how I'm doing that. Now let's look at how I'm processing the queue and how I'm spawning enemies. I have my enemies in here, and right now I have a very crude solution with hard-coded values, right? Oh, this is why. Fucking stupid. I'm realizing that I have some bugs here and there. This is incredibly stupid. I'm really stupid. Objects, tower 1, spawn manager. I did not save the wave manager. Oh, it's here. Okay. Use walls function to get random point. That is okay. And in here, I fixed something. So I'm adding the towers, and then I fixed something. I realized that when I was playing, I felt like the difficulty was much higher. And it's true, it was higher because I was constantly adding more health, as if I was in co-op. So I'm really stupid. Add tower. And in here, fix probability for solo. I'm really stupid, but it's good. It's good. Make mistakes. My biggest problem, I think, is that I don't test enough. I do my releases really fast. I don't test enough. and I realized later that I have some stupid bugs. Player number is not a really good name either. It's a very good name. Why is it not a good name? It's perfect for me. I know what it is. It's just that for some reason I checked equal to 0, which makes no sense. Number, yeah. That's how we write number in French. NB is how we write number in French. So I use that. I'm stupid. But equal to 0 is stupid. Because there's never 0 player. Anyway, so I have this. I have basically... in Poland we say NR. Ah, you see? So I have this this way of calculating what type of health the enemy should have. It works. It's crude. It's a bit simpler, but it's good, right? And what I think I want is I want to use the index. So the difficulty is here. The difficulty is between 0 and 1, right? And the difficulty should change the way we calculate those parameters. I don't know if I have an easy way of doing that. I think I need to write something a bit more clear. Let's write threshold. Threshold bigger is 0.04, meaning you have 0.04 percent. You have not 0.04%. You have 4% chance of having a higher, right? Threshold bigger, normal. I don't know how to call it. Threshold big, normal, is that. Between 13 and that. So 9. Is that right? It does 13. Right? And then you just have to sum those things to know what is the rest. And so var threshold threshold normal. Don't look at my naming, okay? Don't look at my naming. It would be that minus the 2 threshold that we add. I'm just trying to understand what I'm doing, okay? So those are my threshold. Those are my normal threshold. And then I could multiply them by the difficulty. Right? Wow. I don't know. Back. There are many ways to improve the game, yes, and I explain later. Continue polishing that stone. Regarding my reluctance to move to another project, I boil it down to 2 reasons. The first one is that very personal. I have a huge issue with starting new projects. I'm working on that with the shrink. You have a huge issue starting new projects. Interesting. Is it really an issue starting projects or dropping projects? Because sometimes we might think it's hard to start a project, but it's because we have a hard time stopping what we were doing before. But for some people, I know it's difficult. Like, I have a friend of mine has, like, it's incredibly difficult for him to start something. And I'm like, what? Like, for me, I start things on a whim, like, constantly, which is my problem. And they have a tendency to not start. They have a tendency to overthink before doing anything. And so it results in them doing nothing. And I'm like, I don't do that. Maybe I should do it a bit more. It takes a lot of energy and motivation. I'm having issues with my project, with projecting myself on new project. Okay, I see. So it's a bit of comfort, right? It's a bit like it's a bit like right now you're comfortable. It's like for everything in my life, planning vacations. Oh, it's too difficult. Let's postpone it. Okay, I understand then. I do that too. What I think is interesting is trying to understand what is causing that, right? Because sometimes we see the problem. Sometimes we see the problem and we think that the cause is there, and sometimes the cause is somewhere else. Like for example, in what you talked about, like planning vacations, the planning part for me is not really difficult. But what I realize is I postpone it because I don't want the engagement that goes with planning. I realize that it's not about the act itself. It's what it means. The same thing is true for answering the telephone or just answering an email or text. Usually when you answer, you have to say something. You have to say, yes, I'm going to do this ASAP, I'm going to do that for that date. Yes, agree on making a video for in 2 months or whatever. You see what I mean? So I have a problem with the engagement part more than the act itself. And because I know that then I'm going to be stuck with that decision. But I realize that this is stupid. In my case, it's very stupid because it doesn't help me. It does the opposite. Because during all of the time that I don't decide to answer and to say, okay, I agree to do something, I still think about it. It's still in the back of my head, and it kills me. Whereas if I took the time to decide and say, yeah, okay, let's do that, it would be planned, and it would actually be better for me because it would help me organize. So it's stupid. I would love to change that. I am like this friend of yours. Once I start, it's easy, but to start is the hardest. Okay, interesting. Whereas my wife's friend is very easy. She's imagining herself on those vacations. It gives her a lot of energy and motivation to start planning. Yeah, true. Okay. That's more like it. It's difficulty to change course to take action. Okay. For me, planning is already taking action, at least a bit. Yeah, totally. Of course, Arkham. Because to plan, you will have to decide where you want to go. So if you decide where you want to go, it means that you look at the weather. Okay, is it the right month? Yeah, okay. I need to do it in advance to buy my tickets or whatever. Okay, so if I buy my tickets, where do I stay? I stay at that place. Okay, so I need to look at the different... do I go in a hotel, Airbnb, whatever? And now I have to do it because I plan. I totally understand that. And so what I do usually is I don't do it. I don't do it because I feel like, in a way, I have the freedom. Because I'm not tied to something yet, which is false. It's completely false. I don't have the freedom because, again, it's in the back of my head, and I still act as if I was going to do that thing. So I act as if it was done, as if it was planned, but it's not planned. So it's blocking time, but at the same time, it's not out of my mind. It's fucking stupid. I hate it. That's one of the biggest thing I want to change. So let me think. How can I approach this? Do you have an idea how I can do that? I want to modify with one curve. I want to modify 3 values. Can I do that? And what I care about is the value at the extremes. Leo Slabs, hello. Hey there, Raiders. I don't know you. MIT work, GPUs, Julia, and molecular dynamics. What? Is Julia a programming language for science stuff? No? Isn't it the case? Yes. I've heard about that. Thank you for the follow, Asparox. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the 13 new cult members. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for the raid. My name is Mr. Elliptic. If you don't know me, I'm working with Godot I'm doing game dev. And right now we're working on Hyperslice. Cult members. Yeah. It's because some people say that Godot is a cult. So I'm just going with the joke. I've heard good things about Julia. Yeah, I've heard about that when I was doing computer vision, I guess. And that data science. And then I don't know. So maybe I show you the game. Welcome to the Raiders. If you want to share something, if you want to show me stuff that you were doing during the live stream, don't hesitate. Otherwise, welcome and thank you for the raid. Hyperslice is a game where you control a ship, a spaceship. You control a spaceship, and you fight enemies in an arena. You have 2 dashes. You have one dash, which is slicing. So you go through the objects and you slice them. And you have another one, which is going to push the objects. And with that, it's going to be pretty cool. And so now we have shields, because why not? I need to kill that to remove the shields. And now I can kill those things. Take that. And so, as you can see, when you push an object, it becomes damaging to the other objects. Look at that. Boom, and it kills the other objects. That's pretty cool. The color is the health. And then you can pick up upgrades. So let's pick up some upgrades. What is this? Go faster when the health is 1. That could be cool. Let's take that. And let's continue. And those are the dashers. Dashers are incredibly... I hate them. Dashers are really bad. And it's very easy at the beginning, but also I know the game. Right? Of course. Let me show you the ultimate. This is an ultimate ability that you charge, and then it killed everyone. And now I need to survive. This is a special wave where I need to survive for 30 seconds without dying. A bunch of enemies are going to spawn. And yeah, that's the game. You can playtest it right now if you want. Especially, I'm playtesting the co-op mode. There is a co-op mode. You can play that with 2 people. So if you have the ability to play with 2 people, I would love for you to try the game. The pinned comment at the top of the chat allows you to do that. Thank you for the follow, Leo Slab. Sorry to raid and run, got a meeting, no problem, thank you for the raid. When are you planning to publish? Will you make advertisement? I'm not experienced in marketing stuff for my game. Marketing. What you're talking about is communication more than marketing, right? I think it's time that we talk about the things correctly. More combo when life is 1. Living danger, more damage when health is 1. That's very useful. Let's take that. So in my opinion, what you should do is talk about your game as much as possible. So throughout development, you talk about it. Whether it is on socials, you make videos about it, whatever, you talk about it a bit. You show it to people. And realistically, your communication is not going to be enough. You have to reach out to streamers, influencers, other people. You have to reach out to other people because they have much bigger communities. And you alone, you simply don't have the reach. So that's what I would do, right? But marketing is done much earlier than that. You know what I mean? Marketing is when you start working on your game, when you think about the idea, this is when you start marketing. You're like, okay, is that a genre that works well with people? What kind of art style should I go for to convince people to play my game? What kind of feature people are looking for that would make them play it instead of another game, etc., etc. This is marketing. And so communication should be during the whole project, throughout the project. Right? So when am I going to publish? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. I don't have a date yet. But I'm publishing a demo for the next fest in the next weeks. So that's my next target. How's it going? New Junk, hello. It's going great. And you? I saw some stuff from you, Nujank, recently, no? And so advertisement, just to reply to your question, advertisement, if you mean advertisement in the sense like classic advertisement, like I pay for ads and stuff, no, I won't do that. It's useless, in my opinion. It's very useless. It might only be interesting if you already have something that is big enough. Otherwise, you're simply not going to reach anyone. Organic reaching is much more interesting. Not too shabby here. Let's go. Have you published something recently? Have you done something recently? I feel like I've seen something from you. New version of Auto Dark Mode. Let's go. So, my thresholds are here, right? And basically, I want that to be 0. Let me put... I want that to be 0 when difficulty is 0. Is 0. That should be in between, right? That should maybe have another threshold. I don't know how to calculate the middle one. Been working on a new project and been posting on X, probably what you're thinking, maybe. Yeah, exactly. What is it? Do you want to share? Every time we stream, I'm asking people, hey, do you have anything to share? So that is the moment. Anyone, do you have anything to share? A game you're working on, a project, whatever? Please feel free to share it. And I want that to be 1 when difficulty is 0. Is it possible? Mathematically, how do you approach that problem? I want to have 3 different categories. Is it that simple? Am I simply like multiplying stuff and it will work? If I have my base values and I simply multiply them, no, because I want the end to be 1. With respect to controlling 3 values with a curve, use a path 3D. No, not in that sense. Not in that sense, Max. Not in that. No. Because visually it won't mean anything. It won't mean anything. You see what I mean? I do work on a secret game, nothing playable at the moment. Okay. I work on a project called Auto GPT. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. Generative AI. Right? People around here already know it, but some of you raiders might not. Or major. Best play it on mobile. Yes, best played on mobile. New Junk, do you want to share your stuff? Do you want to share your stuff? I think I've seen it. Oh yeah, it's that. Oh, that's freaking cool. Okay, Auto GPT, Auto Grand Prix Tournament. You've been seeing this, but the demo is coming very soon. Zoika, wishlist now. Let's go. Wishlist. Wishlist. That's cool. Here's a link. Look at that. Very cool. What is your goal with that project? That's pretty cool. I love the writing. You know that I have a game idea like that in my head for not in my head actually, in my projects. I have 2 games that are revolving around doing grinding like that on Rails. One for VR, that would be a literal rail shooter. I think that would be suiting. Well suited for that. And the other one is a 2D game about Rails. A bit like Sonic, but better. Du créateur de color... Je veux dire, du créateur de créateur de... Je veux dire Hyperslice. Bien joué, Peacebreaker. Bien joué, Peacebreaker. Well done. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Goal is to do my best work, but gameplay-wise, just want to create a sugar rush experience. Okay? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's pretty cool. So follow Nujunk. Follow Nujunk if you want to see some future stuff. Are you working towards a Steam page or something? Maybe it's too early. I would advise to do it as early as possible, but hey, I don't know. And this is not too hard to implement, right? You're probably using a path 3D, and then when you land, you calculate in which direction you should be sliding, and then you simply animate the position based on the path, right? If you ever end up making a VR game, I met a guy who's very much into VR and looking for new games to test and stuff. I also sometimes showcase them at the event, particularly in eSport Association. Oh, cool. Yeah, in the future, maybe. Not for now, but yeah. Still really early, but I wanted to go all the way with it and fully release it. That would be cool. Congrats. Cool, cool, cool. Cool project. You know what? Boop. More boop. Boop. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make stuff like this that simple. Yeah. Small break. See you in 2 minutes. Go, you're frustrating. Go, you're frustrating. Go, you're frustrating. What am I doing? 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 Rot. What the fuck? I will put that as the one I want. I saved again! I fucking saved! I hate my life. I hate my life. I do Control S all the fucking time. And now it takes like 5 seconds. Oh, it's really time to stop. Much better. Like when you charge the thing. Something that could be fun. That's pretty cool. Always good to have a dying children in games. Exactly. Dying children are the best thing. So... What? Yes. I was comparing two things that were not comparable. And now it should work. Why? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that! The collision shapes. They are huge! They are huge! Huge! So I will write down, I will write there. That way I'm closer to the screen. I can see you. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. But then I'm not at the right spot. I should go away. I should definitely go away. I died. Everyone died at the same time? What happened? I just shut myself out. Okay, so...
Okay, much better. What? Oh shit, I just got raided. It's good that I'm back, right? I have my salmon salmon thingy with me. Welcome everyone. Welcome and thanks. Jackie Codes, thanks for the raid. Thanks everyone for the follow. Let me show you what I went away to get some, and you see, I made myself some snacks. Pretty cool, right?
That was quite an amazing goal. That was quite an amazing goal. Let me clip that. This was super cool. If you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So bloop, bloop, bloop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is take... Oh shit. Alright. Lido will say hello in his dying native language. It's not dying, it's thriving. I think what I care about is this. If I do that, if I do that, if I do that, threshold bigger, I'm not going to call it normal, but base. Base. I'm going to call it base in here. I think I might have a solution to do what I want. So, when difficulty is 0, it should be 0, okay? And difficulty starts at 0 and goes in here. So, threshold bigger should be the base. No, it doesn't work. It should simply be difficulty. It should simply be difficulty. Right? It should simply be difficulty. At 0, it's 0, and at 1, it's 1. That's what I want. Then, I'm going to multiply the difficulty by that to have this, and then I'm going to... yeah. So I'm multiplying my base by the difficulty, and then I have the threshold normal be the difficulty be the rest, basically 1 minus that and that. You see what I mean? Regarding my second reason to be reluctant to move to another project, the counterpart to the proverb, no amount of polishing will turn a stone into a diamond. Sure, I know about the sunken coast fallacy, but maybe polishing it just a tiny bit more will reveal a nice jewel. Okay, not a diamond, that's for sure, but it's something pretty enough to feel proud about it. I think you can feel proud about what you have already. I think that is exactly why, in my opinion, you should learn to move to other projects, because I think you can be proud of what you have. And I don't believe that polishing a tiny bit is going to make you more proud of what you're doing. What I believe it's going to do is put you in a path where you continuously polish stuff and never feel satisfied. That I'm pretty sure. People pay a lot of money for shiny stones. With the sunken coast fallacy in mind, would it still make sense to invest a bit more time in my game? I don't think so. My opinion is that I don't think so. Imagining polishing it until there's no stone left. Yeah. I think you've seen what you needed, and you understood the problems, which I think is more than what you can expect already out of a game. I think you've done a lot with that game. You've created a game, you worked on it a bit more, you understood what went well and what didn't work, and now you're going to apply those things on a new and exciting project. That's how I see it. You're inspiring. I don't know. Just like color space. Exactly. Color space could have been... I could probably do something with it. But is it worth it? Probably not. I've done the thing, I've made my mistakes, and now that's it. Wow. Wow. You know that something is happening on itch when all of a sudden you see a bunch of people in your feed posting games. It means that those people were doing a jam. They were all posting at the same time. Fucking hell, and they're making cool games. Hey, this is kind of an idea that I had. Oh, we need to take a look at that. Pirate Jam finishing? Ah, you think so? Maybe it's Pirate Jam, but I don't think they were doing Pirate Jam, to be honest. I mean, I can take a look, because it's always... Oh no, it was Pirate Jam. You're right. But I follow a bunch of cool developers, and sometimes they're always posting at the same time because they're doing private jams, basically. Where do you see that, Mr. Eltig? On itch, the feed, because I'm following people in here. I saw a bunch of on my feed. I saw a bunch of updates. That was yesterday. My builds for Hyperslice. Yeah. Especially those people, they're fucking interesting. Every time I play a really cool game, I follow the person making it, because it's a great way to see a cool thing. So what was the theme of the Pirate Jam? What was the theme? They're all making stuff around what looks like swords. But they're putting so much effort into that. Those people are way too talented. Way too talented. Putting so much effort into their entries, it's fucking crazy. Game jams are not good for that. Game jams are not good for that. It was a racing game. Was it ever worth it? Yeah, racing games are cool. But the concept was flawed from the beginning, so it was stupid. So what I want in here is what? I want... This is not working, right? Because this will leave. This will leave 0. Oh no. I just need to do 1 minus threshold bigger minus threshold big, right? I just need the rest, basically. What I could do is a test for that thing. I could do a test. Oh, the cat taking the nearly half of my desk mat is not super useful. Check own followers on itch. Nope, Mr. Tick isn't there. I don't follow that many people. And to be honest, I follow like a handful of really talented people. Like, really the top of the line. So if you're not there yet, it just means that you can improve. Burn. No, but I mean, I would... Okay, Vex, you know what? It's not a burn. I wouldn't follow myself. You see what I mean? I would not be in my followers list. I would not follow myself, so... it's just... I'm not there yet. That's why I say top developers. I'm really not there yet. Can I see who you're following? Is there a way to see that on itch? I don't know. I don't think the followers list is private or not. You can go. There is one thing that you can check on my itch. I have a small list, but it's for small games. But I have a playlist, not a playlist. How you can call it? But I have a list which is called Cool 2D Games, and in there you will find some really cool stuff. You can see who follows your profile. Yeah, okay. I'm just too talented for you. But if you want some names, I can give you some. But if that's okay, I'm showing you that later, okay? Because I need to do some stuff right now. But I'm going to show you, because we are going to try some of those games. I'm interested. Yes, please. Sure, on Discord maybe. Yeah, or here. Okay, so I'm doing that, and I'm gonna print. I'm gonna do 4i in range. Can we say how much we want to increase every time? Can we do that in Godot? Can we do range on floats like that? Probably. I hope so. So I'm going to do that basically. I'm going to print bigger percent 0.1f 0.1f, I think. Threshold bigger, and I'm doing that. Threshold big and threshold normal. Whoop. Can you evaluate all of that in Godot? Can you do that? Evaluate selection. Does that work? No, but evaluate is in place, right? That's not what I want. That is not what I want. What I can do, though, is I can launch that. My wave manager is not here. It is here. It didn't print 100. And you do I divided by 100. Right? And because we are dividing with floats, it's going to be floats. Maybe I print the difficulty. Why not? %1.f. Difficulty. Morning, Mars. Hello. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, it's going to output. It's too small. I should have 2 Fs at least. Right. Thanks God it's Friday. How many of you, okay. Let's do a poll. Are you looking, is that English to say, are you looking for the weekend? Yes, no. Don't care. How many of us are clipped? No, that's not the question. Forward to the weekend? Yeah, forward to the weekend. That's it. You can vote. I'm looking forward to not being at work. Yeah, that's kind of the question, of course, right? See the question as how much are you looking forward to the weekend? You see what I mean? How much are you looking forward to the weekend? Meaning, do you want to get off of work? Because I thought about that this morning, or earlier today, and I was like, I think the reason why I don't want to do anything else than what I'm doing right now is that even though, monetarily speaking, it's not incredible, right? I'm struggling in a way, and I could be doing much better. Let me finish that. I need to open to the cat. I could be doing much better by having a normal engineering job or whatever. The reason I know I still want to do that is because I never think about the weekend as something that is saving me from work, or when it's Sunday and I'm going back to work. If I stopped working during the weekend, I'm usually very excited, and I think I never think, oh no, I need to go back to work, even if what I'm doing is not interesting. So I think that's why I still want to continue. They wanted some camera for a work meeting, so I'm going to go in my most douchiest outfit, so they never ask me for this again. I don't want to come to work, much less I'm excited to get off work. Well, yeah, okay. I just don't wear anything. I was the only person to like don't care, but it's situational because I just don't have uni at the moment. I just finished the semester, and at work I also have to work this weekend, so it's basically nothing different than a Monday to Friday. 7 consecutive streams, let's go! I see. Some people don't care in the sense that they don't hate their job or anything, so it's like, oh, it's the weekend, okay. And some people don't want it to be the weekend because it means that it's the end of the week and you don't have enough time. Sometimes I'm like no. I oscillate between no and don't care personally, right? Because sometimes I'm like, no, I just want to do more stuff. Is there a way to change that output overflow? Godot, console output overflow limit. Can I change that? Can I change that? It's probably in here, right? It's probably called output. Font size, open, on play. It's not that. Limits. I was pretty sure it was possible. Oh, it's in project for some reason. Limits is here. So the search was on there. Limits. Rendering. It's not here. Debugger. Ah, it's max call stack, no. Isn't it in here? Max function, FPS. Project settings, limits. But if I go in limits, this is memory. Yeah, R. Layers. What? Debugger, max chars per second. Max chars per second. Can I do times 10? I need to save and restart for that, seriously? Virus, hello. I don't hate my job. I just don't think ownership runs the company well, so I get tired of dealing with the BS that it creates. Unfortunately, I am not in a position to try and take the gamble of owning my own company. Just me, or maybe just me and my wife, it would be one thing, but I have 3 children and I'm not willing to gamble their future to take that kind of leap. Yeah, okay. But are you willing to take that leap to show them to not settle for things in life? I'm not just giving you a hard time, I understand your feeling. Yeah. Yeah, it's a difficult problem, right? But I think it's interesting to hear others' and their perspective, because sometimes you just don't realize how lucky you are. How is it possible that it goes up until 9? Oh, because big is 0.09. Big is 0.09. And so normal is minus. The world is filled with many more businesses that failed than those that succeeded, unfortunately. Yeah, totally. And also, you have to be... It's... Creating your own stuff, you have to have, like, a special drive for it. I don't think everyone needs that. Some people don't need this unstable life. Because unless it really works, it's probably going to be very, very hard. And I totally understand that some people don't love that, or can't afford it in a way. So this is because difficulty at some point is going to be 1, and so always having that is not going to work. And also it means that it's going to be 9% maximum, that it should not. I don't want my own business. If I ever did get one, he's definitely hire a great manager to the actual work. Yeah, so you're just an owner then. I don't like that. I don't have a lot of sympathy for people that are just owning stuff. I don't like that kind of world where you can just own stuff and have a lot of money from the ownership without really doing anything. I don't think it's fair. I don't like that. Not everybody has that passion. Just because I want to do something, like create a game, doesn't mean I want to be the guy out there marketing it and doing that kind of work. Also, a lot of businesses fail because the owner think they know everything instead of hiring people. Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about that, right? I'm talking about owning without doing anything. Like, for example, you own a house, and you pay people to manage everything. So you don't do anything. You just own. You just have money, basically. That's what I'm talking about. Hiring people to help you on specific things because you're not capable makes sense. Especially if you do stuff yourself. If you don't do anything apart from taking the risk, I don't like that. I really don't. Okay, my problem is... I don't know how to deal with that. Because basically, I want this to be... I think this is the only stable thing, right? No, it doesn't work. This is more difficult because this should be 0 and 0. It should be 0 twice. You see what I mean? So maybe it should be the last one to be calculated. What does that do? Like, if we do 1 minus... Maybe this should be the last one to be calculated. But I don't... Like in here, my threshold normal, it would not be that. It would be 1 minus difficulty. I don't know how to do it. Maybe what I want is the big is threshold big base times difficulty, and then no. It doesn't work. Directory of operations for my company and knows the headaches of management, especially when you disagree with the choices ownership makes. Also hesitate to make coding a job because I enjoy it as a hobby. I've seen those who make their hobbies their job and they love it, but I also seen those who turn a hobby into a job and end up hating that field. Yeah. Think if you really love it, you'll never hate it because of the job, unless you start doing things for other people and for yeah. I can see how coding can become more of a chore. It will be more of a chore if you do it for work, I think, because if it's a hobby, you can work on cool stuff. You don't have to go through the painful things. You can just stop and whatever. So making it a job will inevitably make it less enjoyable, simply because it is now a job. And so you have things that you need to do, while when it's a hobby you don't have to, right? This doesn't mean that you can't love it as a hobby. Like, for example, when I was working as an engineer, I didn't particularly enjoy what I was doing at my job, coding wise, but I was just enjoying coding outside, like working on the things that I was interested in. So I don't think it's impossible. My issue is always finishing, because I always get distracted with the next idea. I have like 50 projects in progress there. So how should I approach that? Because, okay, my problem is this, guys. My problem is this. If you look at my curve right now, I have this. Basically, I want one curve to be like that. Let's make them super simple. And the other one should be like that. So when you have two things, it's fine, right? But I want a third curve in between that. I want a third curve in between that. So in here, this is 0, and in here, this is 1. Got to go to my meeting. Yeah. What do you mean in between? I have 3 values that I want. I don't want 2 values, right? This is like for triangles, and this is for squares. So as you can see at the beginning, you have 0. I mean, this is not the way to represent, but you get the idea. This will tell you how many squares you have. This will tell you how many triangles you have. At the beginning, you have 0 squares, and at the end, you have full squares. At the beginning, you have 1 triangle, and at the end, you have 0 triangle. And in between here, you have 0.5, 0.5. You have a mix of both triangles and squares. Very cool. But now, I want to introduce a third thing. I want to introduce circles. I want a third curve in between that. I want a third curve that exists somewhere in between, but I still want those extremes. I still want those extremes, where I only have two things on those extremes. What's wrong with duplicating one of these existing curves? I go above one if I do that. Or having a flat line for the circle. Because I don't want. I think the last one should be something like this. So 0.25 to 75. Yeah, maybe. You mean because you want to stay at 1? Yeah, exactly. I want the maximum to be 1. Because it's a probability, right? I don't understand the constraints. So basically I start applying when it's above a certain threshold. You could lower the two existing curves by 1/3. I don't know if there is not another approach. It's because my curve has more than 2 points. You see what I mean? It's because my ideal stuff has more than 2 points. It's not like you have a beginning and an end, and you interpolate between those. There is a third point in here. So I can have two cases, right? I can have two cases, I think. Let's see. What I want in here, I want if the difficulty is superior to 0, if difficulty I'm gonna make a check with is equal 0, because is equal approx difficulty 0. If it's 0, I'm doing something. If it's 1, I'm doing something. Else, I'm doing something else. I think I have to do that, because I don't know how to map that with an equation, a math equation. I don't know how to do it, but I'm a programmer, so I can do ifs. That's the good thing about being a programmer. Oh, also, speaking about programming and about math and about shaders, you see the switch to shaders in here. I don't know who talked about that recently. Maybe it was you, Smax, about how to achieve the effect that I saw in Dubio with like the squares, and someone I think it's Smax that talked about having like an image and using this image as a way to change the values, right? Someone talked about it recently, and I found that super interesting. It's going to be on my January post. Hello on YouTube. Why don't I see it here? Let me show you what I mean. This is cool. This. Cheating math for the win, exactly. So using an image as a way to dissolve something, right? As a way to do a transition. So you use the percentage uv.r texture, uv.total transition. Transition is what? The code is the sampler, and then you sample. What? Texture? There's a problem in here, no? Oh no, you step. 1 minus the progress. Anyway, you use that as a way. You use the color of the texture as a way to animate the color of the texture that you have at the beginning. You see what I mean? Paint your own lighter. Paint your own. Lighter equals disappears first. And so then you can use a bunch of textures like that. I think it's Max that talked about that. You can use a bunch of textures with just gradients like that. And so if you look at this image, for example, you can use this as a transition to make a wipe. Right? The low right corner is going to disappear first, and then it's going to disappear towards the black in here. The gradient is going to get removed like that. In here, it will do. It will remove some of the bands first, the wire bands in here. And you can go crazy with that, right? In here, it will remove that part first, and then this part, and then this part, and then this part, and then this part. And I'm excited to try that a bit more. This is a very cool technique. Use alpha to detect pixel color from image. It's not exactly that. You're more using alpha as a mask, basically. To tell if you're more using the lightness of the image as a mask for your alpha. Meaning the lighter... Light equals completely empty alpha. 0 alpha. The bottom left one is near. It creates like tearing strips of paper out of the image. Yes. It's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool. And you can get really neat. Yeah, you can get really creative with that. And I wanted to try that technique because you can create something quite quickly compared to the effect that I wanted to show you with Dubio. You can create something quite quickly, isn't it? Dubio on Steam, using how is it called? Using cellular noise. What is the cellular noise? That is not cellular. The other one. I mean, it's close to cellular, but I don't remember. I used a similar technique when making an old school Resident Evil heartbeat health bar. Really? Automata? No. This is like a burn shader. Yeah? Perlin? No Perlin. I would love a YouTube tutorial from a nice YouTuber just saying, yeah, maybe that's a cool technique and I can talk about it. No, the noise. Fuck, I know how it is. It's very cool noise because it creates blocks. I will show you. Don't worry. I will find it. Procedural. Voronoi. Yes, Voronoi. Exactly, Smax. Voronoi. That's what I wanted. Voronoi. Well, like the game of lifestyle. Yeah, Voronoi. I need to leave in 5 minutes to go get my door. Yeah, look at that. This is perfect. This can create stuff very nicely. And then for the colors, I guess the only thing that we would need to do is create some gradients inside of there and not just full to be able to reproduce that shader in the background, the shader that is animated when you move, to make it completely procedural and not look at that. This is so cool. Completely procedural. Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about that. This is a very cool technique. Very, very cool technique. And I'm going to talk about it in the Patreon post that I might post tonight if I have time. Otherwise, it's going to be tomorrow. The Patreon post for January. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I define my threshold in here, okay? When it's 0, it's very simple because the threshold bigger is equal to difficulty. And the threshold normal is equal to 1 minus difficulty. Same thing. And the threshold big is equal to 0 because there's no space, right? There's no space in between in here. There's no big. There's only 0 bigger and 1.0. I could use 0, of course. Pixizzy 80 what? What are you talking low? Low wells. Low, I don't know how to say that. Low wells. So I do that. And for when it's in between, what I'm interested in is this. The threshold big should be the base. Maybe multiplied by the difficulty. It should have its spot. And then the bigger and the normal. And then the bigger and the normal should be difficulty multiplied. Maybe not. It should be difficulty minus the threshold big divided by 2. We are going to remove it from here and then remove it from here. Is that correct? And my sum should be 1 all the time. My sum should be 1 all the time. I'm wondering if I don't have a simpler solution for that. I make the start at 1, at 0. Let's print that. Let's see what it does. So most of you are still looking forward to the weekend, right? Interesting. Okay, let's see the output. I forgot to print the sum correctly. Okay, so my sum seems to always be 1, but everything else, no. So for example, at the beginning, bigger is 0, big is 0, 1 is normal. Then it reduces, big is still 0. For a very long time, the problem is that for a very long time, the diff is 0. Oh, difficulty. What? Oh, it's 0.2f that I want. Big is 0 pretty much all the time. Big is 0 pretty much all the time. It's always too small. Even though... Because it's in here, you fucker. You fucker, I made a mistake. It's in here. I made a mistake. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Let's go. Let's try again. More thanks a ton for all the exchange in the chat. Catch you on Monday, hopefully. Goodbye, Arcam. Maybe I'll still be here when you come back, if you come back. Otherwise, catch you on Monday. Normal 0, sum is equal to 1, okay. Normal is minus 0, that's okay. Difficulty. Do I have a bit of big in here? It would be cool to print it, right? It would be cool to graph it, I mean. I have zero big in here. I have 0 big in here. Big is always 0. Why is that? Oh, because it doesn't have any value. Fucking stupid. That's why. Use print debug. Normal is minus. Oh, it's possible that normal. It's possible that threshold big divided by 2 is too big. We should not be here, we should be here. Towards the end. It kills me. Because my sum is 1. My sum is 1, but it's not going there. Maybe it's more than 1. No. It can't be more than 1. Because the max value is 1. It's not more than 1, but it's not going there. It's not going there. It's not going in this equal approach, so it's doing that calculation. Thus, it doesn't work. Fuck. For some reason, it's not going there. Clamp it. I will clamp you. I will clamp you. No, that's not the problem. That's not a problem. I shouldn't do that. Okay, the problem is that by having a curve, we have values that are approaching very close to 1. Is that the problem? We think that we are super close to 1. But in fact, I don't know. What if I print with lots of Fs? But this is... I feel like this might not be a good solution. Because I don't know how to deal with it, to be honest. But you see, okay, this is what I meant. You see that this, for us, it's close to 1. But in fact, it's not seen as 1. It's not seen as 1. In here, I will force it at 0. And I think I will look at... if it's superior than something. I will say if it's superior... If it's superior or equal than like 0. I don't know... 99. And in here, if it's inferior or equal than like 0.01. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense. But it won't make sense in all of those situations. It won't make sense. It will help you to write it down on paper so you see what the result of your math you made. No, that's not the problem. It wouldn't help. It wouldn't help because it's the it's not the hand math that is wrong. It's the way the computer does it is, of course, different than what I think about. So no, doing it on paper. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know, but no, that's not the problem. But I will still have the problem because basically arriving at something pretty large yeah, I still go to like something that doesn't work. It's because I'm putting a threshold where I change the calculation. And I'm putting a threshold on something that is a curve, so either I keep it a curve and I do the math correctly on that curve, or not. How can I do it? How can I do it? Give me a second, the cat is constantly hitting the... Okay. This is not interesting, right? In fact, maybe it's just that my threshold should be bigger. Maybe it's just that my threshold should be bigger so that it's meaningful. Oh, I know what my threshold should be. I know what my threshold should be. Hey! Tell first, how are you doing? 31 months in a row, let's go. Plop. Comment ça va? I think my threshold should be based on the value of my big. Just like that. So, in superior to that, and inferior to that. Ha. Tell first if you know how to do it. I want to drive 3 probabilities with 1 curve. Let me know if you know how to do it. I think this might work better. And honestly, plotting them would be cool, right? Plotting them would be cool. But I'm too lazy to do it. I'm too lazy to do it. 31 fucking months. That's a lot. That's a lot. So now I should have something much better. As soon as the threshold is going to be... Yeah, it works. If you look at big, as soon as this threshold is met, we go back. Oh yeah, it works. Oh fuck, it works. It will it overshoot the curved line until we round point position? Maybe it will help. Yeah? Not sure what you mean. No, but this is good. In fact, okay, so the modification that I did is pretty simple. Very simple modification, right? Very simple modification. My logic was, I want to use the curve. And on the both extremes, I want it to be 0 or 1. And I needed a threshold, and the threshold should be based on the value of the third probability that I want to drive. Because if the value that we currently have is not bigger than this third probability, we should not use it. It's too early or too late to use it. And that works. Just heard that I will probably, not sure yet, have to manage a project of Chinese engineers. I will have a lot to learn from the bridge to culture gap. That's pretty cool. Pretty exciting. I don't know how different it is, but that's pretty exciting. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Should I? Should I show it? Should I show it? Maybe I should. Fuck, I need to open to, why is the default color like that? Yeah, okay, big. They are orange, I think. So let's drive them orange and bigger. They are purple something. Something like that. Okay, let me open. Give me a second. Oh, that fucking cat constantly doing stupid things. Okay. I will put a label. I will put a label. In here, I'm gonna use what? Orbitron? Font. Orbit Manolo 38, why not? This would be 1. And this would be 0. 0. Where should I put that? Minimum size position at like 600 maximum, or maybe I use the entire screen. Maybe I use the entire screen, so 1080. Minus the size, so minus 40. Yes. Okay. That's a very stupid way of dealing with it. This is an export var, seriously. I should create a test scene, but I don't care. Normal, big and bigger. So in here what I can do is normal clear points, big clear points, and bigger clear points. And every time I want, I can do normal, add point, and the point should be at threshold normal. In here it should be at threshold big, and in here it should be at threshold bigger. Bigger, big, okay. And I want to add point or full doesn't match. Yes, of course it doesn't match. I need to construct a vector2 with that. I need to construct a vector2, which will be x. I need to think about it. I need to think about it. I need to think about it. And the vertical if it's 1, I want to go down, right? So times 1080, I guess. Right. Times 1080. And for the X, I want some spacing, so I can use I can use I times 92, because it's, yeah, I don't have to, I can put it like that. It's actually that's 19.2 exactly if I want the screen divided by 100. 19.2, and I think that works. Let me check. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Right? It's 1 minus the threshold times that. I think. 1 minus the threshold, because it's a threshold, and my threshold initially is super low. Is that what I want? Let's see. Okay, so it seems correct. I don't know if this is correct though. So quite fast. We can see a huge drop, which corresponds to that taking the lead, and this is 0. It seems to it doesn't match right there, right? Maybe I made a mistake, but initially I have only, yeah, initially I have only that. So what you can see with this visualization, which is pretty cool, in fact, what you can see with this visualization, is that it's not what I want. It's not really what I want. I need one more calculation, I think. I need one more calculation to basically... So this is the curve. The red curve is the curve for the base enemies. The purple one is for the higher enemies, and the orange one is the medium enemies. First of all, you can see that the medium enemies are always going to be very low compared to the rest, right? 1 is at the top, 0 is at the bottom. So it means how often you can see them. So you can clearly see that the base enemies are getting replaced by the bigger enemies quite fast. And this is not really what I want. Ideally, I want the bigger enemies to come way later like that, I think. And the normal enemy... Yeah, it should probably be that. That should probably be orange until here. And then orange drops, and the other one ramps up. Need base value for all value. You think so? No, I don't think so. Why? That's pretty cool though. What happens if I scale it? It just works? Or it's going to go outside and it's going to break? No, it just works. That's pretty cool. So I can move it a bit. I can move it a bit where I want. Just to make it more visually pleasing. Yeah, perfect. So in here it's the diff between 0 and 1, and this is wave 0 and 1 basically. So now if I modify that value, let's say I keep it, I want more of those, so I want 25% of those. What happens? This is pretty cool because now I can visualize clearly how the difficulty changes. But there's something else. Ah, interesting. So, what would be interesting is having a bunch of values. What would be interesting is having a bunch of values. So, this is obviously difficulty 0, but also wave 0. Right? This is also wave 0. Then I do that and I say wave end. I put it at the bottom right, and this is last wave. I anchor it to the right. Okay. I didn't grab this. I put it at the center bottom. This is mid wave. And I anchor it to the, I align it to the center. I don't know if this helps me a lot, but what we can see now is clearly that if this is the middle, it looks like at 0.25 up until here we don't have any normal enemy. And why is it at 0.25? It looks like 0.25, right? But do you know why it looks like 0.25? Because it is. It is. That's what I put in here. Threshold big base 0.25. So by doing that, with the way I coded the stuff, I basically have more normal big enemies, more orange enemies, but in a smaller container, because it starts only at 0.25. That's interesting. That's interesting. I want an HSEP. I want an HSEP that is center wide. That is the middle. That way I can see that. And I want one which is top wide, one which is bottom wide. And then I want Vceps. Can easily create visualization like that. Don't know if it's super useful, but hey, I'm doing it. Why not? I just hope it's going to be big enough that we're going to see something. I know it's not super fun, but it's needed. It's needed, guys. It's needed. So you can clearly see that when we meet in here, because this value is higher, we are lower than the middle. It's quite obvious. It's quite obvious. So I don't like that. And in fact, I think we need thresholds. We need 3 thresholds, kind of, that are going to... Yeah. Probably we need to say at 0.25, we are starting to use this wave. And maybe we have a mix. Maybe I'm going to do that. What do you think? You don't think anything. I know. But what if you thought about something? What do you think you would think about? Starting to get complicated. What if I say if the difficulty is lower than that? So this is difficulty managing. Yeah, this is for the health of the enemies, basically. I don't want to touch... I don't want to define manually the health of the enemies, but I want, as the game progresses, to have more health on the enemies, basically. And maybe I had the wrong approach, to be honest. Maybe I had the wrong approach. I don't know. I'm doing a probability-based approach. But, so what I wanted to do is, if we are slower than threshold, we don't touch that. If we are higher than the threshold, we do something else. But if we are higher than 1 minus the threshold big base, we do only difficulty. So this is kind of what we see. Do we see that? Do we see that? Hey, there is a problem. There is a problem. Right? There's a moment where it's not equal to 1. In here, there's a moment where it's not equal to 1. Because there's a steep drop-off in here. You see what I mean? And we are not matching it entirely. So in here, we have 0 in here, but we only have like 0 point, I don't know how much. Enchul, hello. No. Before, because of the way I'm doing the threshold. Because of that threshold in here, I'm putting big to 0, and I'm only using the difficulty. If basically I should be doing that. Let me show you. Hey, how are you doing? I should be doing that. This would be correct. Let me show you. Okay, this is what I expect. No, and this looks like an ad. Do you want me to ban you right now, or you ban yourself and you stop talking about shitty coins? Tell me. No, it's not. You can ban me. So what is your stuff then? Launching a coin. What do you mean launching a coin? Are you talking about crypto? Why would you arrive in here and talk about crypto stuff for my game? On their AI tech. Are you just dropping Tech Bros lingo in here? Do you know that I have a radar for that? My alert is going 100% right now. I mean, I don't care. What do you mean they're AI tech? Do you think I care about their AI tech? Do you think I care about the AI bubble? It's way too early also. The drop-off should not be here. It should be after that. There's something wrong. Because I'm doing... When difficulty is higher than 1 minus the threshold big base, it's 0.25, so it should be at 0.75. And 0.75 is clearly not here. It should be higher. It should be right there, right? He's a freaking seed investor. What the fuck? So, this is not good. This is not good. This is not what I want. I want to mix, basically. I want to mix, but I want to mix 3 values, which I think might be harder than I want. So the way I should do it is up until the threshold, I want that, in fact. Up until the threshold, I want that. I want difficulty in here, and that I want 0. That would be better. That would be better, and then we can figure out the rest, okay? But I'm starting... Did you do your treadmill walk for today? I don't want to spend points on it if you didn't let me know. But I didn't, actually. I went for a small walk, and I did a bit of treadmill at the beginning of the stream, but I'm only at 4,000 steps. Is it better? It is better, right? So up until this point, it's that. But then this starts way too fast. There should be more stuff. So what if we multiply that by 2? If it's inferior than the threshold, what is it you're looking at? I've never seen this before. It's the probability stuff that I want to do. Well, if you did at the beginning of the stream, then I guess I won't harass you. It's the probabilities for my enemies. But then it's too hard, right? You can see I would need to do 1/3, I think. If I just do that, 33, and I don't multiply by 2. But then I need to find a way to switch to my 3rd one. You know what would be cool? You know what would be cool? To have that be a tool script. To have that be a tool script, in fact. That would be so much better. But anyway, we'll do it later. We'll find a better way to do that. So I didn't check this. With 33, each curves is the probability to have an enemy of that color. Does it look like 33% in here? Kinda, right? I can put separators where I want. I can put more separators. I can put a VSEP at 33, which would be... The position would be 1920 multiplied by 33%. Yeah. And I can do another one that would be double that. Right? Is this correct? Let's see. Okay, so at 30%, we drop. That's good. We drop, we have more of that, and then we start having more of this. I think it should be towards the middle. I think it should be towards the middle, but then it would skyrocket. It will skyrocket, which is not good. So the next thing in here, the last one should not be that. Maybe it should. Where it's just threshold bigger? No, it's not. It's the opposite. It's 1 minus difficulty for the big, and it's difficulty for that. That might be better. Hey, the value increases and the CV sharp fast make them have larger value to slower them. What? Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. If I wanted to create something like that, I would not be able to. So in here, you can clearly see 3 different things, right? You can see the difference. Initially, you have only that. At 33%, we start having the 3 of them. Maybe that's interesting. Maybe that is interesting. Maybe that actually plays well. At 33% of the game, we start introducing higher value enemies. We still have more smaller enemies. And as we pass the halfway point, we start having more higher values enemies. And because we remove the lower values, we start having like higher enemies. Maybe that's actually a nice wave. You know what? Maybe it actually makes sense to have something like that. Curves. Maybe that's pretty good. You know what? Maybe that's pretty good. Maybe that's pretty good. I'm thinking that we might have something in here. Should we test it? Should we test it? And also what I should do is I should create a function that is like func get health thresholds. I pass what? What should I pass? I pass my curve offset. I pass my curve offset as a float, and it returns me an array. The game is done? The game is not really done, no. Not really. So I can remove that. The curve offset is already here, so we can just use that. A non-void function, yeah, I know. Let me define the thresholds as an array. So this is for testing, right? But I don't want to do that, so I don't have the for I use the curve offset. I use the difficulty in here. And I use the curve offset. And I do that. I calculate all of my stuff. And then I do append threshold big. You pass the normal, I guess. Threshold normal big and then bigger. And I return the thresholds. And so now theoretically what I can do instead of doing that, I can just do get health threshold. I pass I divided by 100 var thresholds. It's an array. Threshold bigger is the third one. This is the first one, and this is 0. Threshold normal is here. Normal threshold big is 1 and threshold bigger is 2. So now theoretically I have the exact same thing, but I'm using my function to do it. And it didn't for some reason. Why do I... difficulty curve? Curve offset. Why do I do it twice? I get it for this offset, right? Is this because my array gets erased? We lose the reference because it's inside? So right now we have our thresholds. We return, and the thresholds are not empty. Okay. Oh, it's because I'm clearing the points every time in here. What the fuck? Is that it? Is that the only reason why? Probably. I hope so. And no. What did I do? Oh, it's just that it's taking some time because it's calling the function now every time. Okay. And now we have the same thing again. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So with that function, I can now do... I can remove that. Yeah, okay, it's just that it's calling a function every time, so it's slightly slower than doing it directly, probably. Also creating an array every time? Yeah, okay, that might be why. Might be faster to give the array, to give the reference to the array instead of creating it every time. Anyway, doesn't matter. Get health threshold. So what I can do in here now, I have my health thresholds, and I can use it. I can use it, so I can do var health thresholds. It's an array, and I can get it from that curve offset. I can remove all of that for now. I have my thresholds, and now I can calculate some stuff. So let's say that this, some of them have more life. Let's say that this was old code without curve. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it just in case. You know what? I'm going to do that. Let's do... what? Oh yeah, it's struggling. So if it's... This is for the highest, right? So health thresholds 2. If it's inferior to that... If it's inferior to that... Are my thresholds already correct? I think so, right? Then, if it's superior than the big... And that... Else... It's this. I think this is correct, right? And for co-op, well, I could define another curve. I could define another curve for co-op. But we don't care about co-op for now. Theoretically, this wave manager is still going to show that. This is debug stuff, we don't really need it. But hey. So let's play a bit to see how it feels. Oh shit. I told you it was going to play. Give me a second. So let's see. Theoretically, when we start, it's going to be full. It's going to be full enemies like that for a while. Okay. So as you can see, right now it's only normal enemies. Nothing else. That's pretty cool. Seems to be working so far. So 1 health for each enemy. Very simple. Ah, we start having 1 orange, right? Start having some orange. Come on, come on. Now we have survive for 30 seconds. Okay. We have... The thing is, it's still a probability. It doesn't mean that it will happen, though, right? It means that it might be more common, but it doesn't mean that it will happen, necessarily. This is something to take into account. I have 6 seconds left to survive in here before it stops. Okay, cool. Perfect. I continue. Let's take that. It would be cool for me to have a way to see the curve. And now I start seeing those enemies. Let's go. But it's early. It's way too early. I'm at wave 8. So wave 8, right now I have 21 waves. Maybe that's it. Maybe it works. Let's see something. Remote. Game. Wave manager. Canvas item. Visible. So you see, right now we are 8 compared to 21. We are somewhere in here, close to 0.5. We are close to 0.5. So we are here, meaning we start having like, we are close to having like 1 out of like 50% chance of having that enemy, that purple enemy. That might be a bit too fast, but it's pretty cool. Let's hide that again and let's continue. It's a bit fast, but we'll see. Push damage, no. I want to do living danger, more damage when I'm low on health, yes. And again, it's just a probability, which means that some of the runs will be way harder because the probabilities will be against you. Je vais lui donner. Okay. Oh yeah. Ooh. It already feels much more interesting, to be honest. It feels more varied. You playing and you're like, oh yeah, you have the probabilities are changing, so you can see that the game is getting more difficult. I guess the only problem is that, no, it's normal. When you introduce bigger enemies, you reduce and you put or maybe there's a problem with my probabilities right now, because I don't see orange enemies anymore. And at wave 11, so again, look at it this way. At wave 11, we are here. At wave 11, we are roughly in here. The highest probabilities are here, in fact, so maybe it's normal. And we should start seeing something like that. You know what I should do? You know what I should do? I know how to do it. I will put a VSEP that I will call current wave. You will see, it's going to be pretty cool. The VSEP is going to be rect position. It's going to be at 0 initially. Let's make it visibility, not visibility, material, theme override, style, separator, line, vertical, grow, no, thickness, let's make it bigger and let's make it green, yes. And so now in the wave manager, I'm gonna do it in here. I'm gonna do it in advanced wave. To do remove only for debug, I'm gonna grab that current wave and I'm gonna place it rect position X to be 1920 multiplied by the wave index divided by the amount of waves that we have, so predefined waves dot size, and I want that to be float. Can I cast? I think I need to cast both of them as floats to make sure that I have a float. And I need a way to trigger that. So let's say input map action debug wave. And debug wave, I'm gonna use a physical key. I'm gonna use 1. Okay. And I'm gonna say in here, I'm gonna say func input if event is action pressed. Debug wave. I'm gonna do canvas layer visible is equal to not canvas layer visible. And I just wanted to start at false. Okay, give me a second. I take a quick break and I come back to look at this. See you in 2 minutes. That you are watching Godot streams. Everyone on Earth, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. You think like it is a fart. It is a fart, yes. It is a fart. Sometimes it's nice and you're surprised and it's actually a nice and punchy one. And sometimes it's actually a shart and it's not pleasing at all. This is AI. You're right. AI is a fart. I will write down. I will write there. That way I'm closer to the screen. I can see you. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. But then I'm not at the right spot. I should go away. I should definitely go away. I died. Everyone died at the same time? What happened? I just shut myself out. Okay, so... let's see how it looks. If you want to start making games, don't worry. You just need that. You know what this is? This is a game engine. This is a game engine. Just use a game engine. Pick whatever game engine you want and just start making games. You find a cool game, you clone it. This is Pong. This is Pong. Boom. You clone it. Make a game. You just make a game. And that's it. You're a game developer. If you make games, you're a game developer. It's not crunch. It's not crunch if you're having a good time. Like, hey, I'm just looking. I'm just looking. Okay? Do you have any colors? I'm looking at that. Do you have any colors? Do you? And the first thing we do is we create indices. Ha! Ha! You didn't think about that. You didn't think about that. We are sending the total multiplier. So then I went to the I went golfing and then I tried to... Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So if I overlay, okay, we can see where we are, I guess. Oh. Did you mean size? Oh, fuck, yes, it was size. But it's okay. It broke everything? Fuck. Okay. Wave 2 cleared. And if we look at it, we can see where we are. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. It would be nice to have the values exactly at that point. Push further. Yeah, push further is pretty cool. I feel like there might be a problem though. My thresholds might be wrong. My thresholds might be wrong, because if you look at the amount of enemies with health equal to 2 that are spawned, it looks a bit high. Compared to it looks a bit high. But I don't know. That is pretty cool. I will deal more damage. Unfortunately, I don't see... Playing with the thing is difficult, but you can see we have roughly like half stronger enemies, half normal enemies. This is roughly what I'm seeing right now in terms of spawning rate. So that's pretty cool. I think it works, right? I think it works. And now we are at a point where we start having higher difficulty enemies. So knowing that we have 20 waves, I think it's fair to start seeing harder enemies now. Maybe it's fair. But in the game, in the final game, I think I would like to delay that a bit. Slightly. Holy shit. So right now we are in here at the middle. So we don't see a lot of, with that curve, we don't see a lot of yellow and of not yellow, of orange enemies, right? I would like to see a bit more orange enemies, I think. I think I would like that. I think I would like that. And a simple change that we can make is how many, like the second threshold, basically, where we get the health threshold. The second threshold is 1 minus the threshold. We can totally modify that. But the thing is, 1 minus the threshold is going to be 66, right? Oh, but it's because it's not linear. I'm fucking stupid. So now what I can do is play around with the curve. Yes. It doesn't arrive at 66 because the curve actually changes. The difficulty curve. You see what I mean? Basically, if I modify that, it's gonna change entirely the way the difficulty is calculated. And I think I will need a tool that shows me directly this input. I think I will make myself a little tool to kind of visualize the difficulty. Right? Because with what I have right now, it's too difficult. I can't really see. I don't really see what I'm doing. Oh, fuck this cat. Okay. Let's play. And let's see. Let's play and let's see. Let's see what the curve looks like. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't expect that. I really need to see the curve in real time. Otherwise it's gonna be too difficult. But this is pretty cool. I need to do more stuff like that. Visualizing data. It looks super useful. Well, it's honestly, I usually don't do that because I don't need it. But for that specific case, visualizing the curve is actually pretty useful. It gives you a good idea of what to expect, right? Oh, oh my god, this is so difficult. Okay, cool. That's good. That's the first difficulty in the game is that survive wave. But so now the difficulty is way too high, too fast. Those enemies are too big. Exactly, great for balancing. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we have big enemies. We are at wave, I don't know how much, and we already have big enemies. It's definitely going too fast. Oh, that fucker. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Shit. So we are... Yeah, okay, so that wasn't expected. That wasn't expected. You see, modifying the curve the way I did, it created... It's starting too fast, too difficult too fast, because the purple arrives super fast in here. I don't want that. I want that to be arriving later, I think. And the fact that the purple can actually be higher than the rest in here, I'm not sure it's what I want. But that's interesting, right? Oh, today the cats are fucking frustrating. Fucking frustrating, those cats. Constantly needing something. It's crazy. How are you managing enemy spawning? Do you use a point system or... I thought it was my cat. No, but it's crazy. Like, the small cat, she always wants something. She wants to open the door, then she wants to close the door, then she wants to eat something, then she wants to go outside. What the fuck? Do you use a point system? I have predefined waves. Initially, I wanted to make like a difficulty system, and then the game would spawn on its own. But I don't like that. I want to have some sort of control, especially on like what type of enemies I'm spawning. So basically, what I have is I define very clearly what my spawn should be. I define very clearly what my spawn should be, and then the wave spawns randomly. I have some work to do on it. That's on my tasks right now. I have some work to do because the spawning rate is... It spawns way too fast, and also it has a tendency of not spreading the enemies enough, and I think I want a bit more spread. Sometimes not having enough spread is good because it means that you can easily kill a bunch of enemies at once, but it also it looks a bit stupid. So I might want to change that. Oh, so you can see the difficulty spike that we see is because of that, in fact. It's because of that thing that I'm doing in here. This is what it's making it do weird stuff. So, how can I react? The problem is that Godot is not going to tell me if the curve itself is changing point, right? The Godot is not going to tell me that. So what I might do is turn that into a tool script. And visualize constantly. And I can have my threshold be in here, right? I can have two thresholds. So like, just below that, I can have export var threshold low. It's a float. Let's put it at 0.33. Export var threshold high, and I'm putting it myself at like 0.66 for now. Set threshold low. Do I do a set get? Maybe not. What I can do is I can redraw the function automatically. I think that's what I'm going to do. So before that, I will prepare a bunch of stuff. The things that could be running constantly, I don't want that. So I'm going to go in here. If OS, no, it's engine, is editor hint. I hate when it's doing that. You return. I don't want you to do anything. Right? And if it's process, you don't do anything, and then there's nothing else that runs automatically, so that's good. Or no, actually, if it's in the editor, you might every frame I recompute everything. That might be a lot. In here, I would use threshold low. And in here, I would use higher than threshold high. Okay. And so I can just do that. I can just do test difficulty curve. I do that and then I return. Isn't declared in the current scope. Is it working or not? Test difficulty curve isn't declared in the current scope. And I just need to make it a tool script. The last cat is finally gone. I just need to make it a tool script, but also I will avoid maybe printing all of my stuff in here. That might be not needed. Clear point, perfect, okay. And I will make that a tool script. I don't know how it's going to react to the fact... Oh no, nothing, it's okay. So tool script, let's go. Invalid called clear points in base nil. Yes. Wave manager. Okay, are you okay? Now, it might be recreating a bunch of points too often. But now the cool thing theoretically is if I modify a point, yes, look at that. Wow. What do you think about my difficulty curve? What do you think about it? What do you think about that? That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. You know what we could do? We could make it run slightly less often, because honestly, we don't need it. We don't need it. And for that, we can say export var. Export var. No, I'm not going to export var. I'm going to do it directly. We have our thing in here, which is huge. Wave index. I'm going to put it in here. Var frame counter int, it's 0. And when we are in here, I'm going to do frame counter plus equal 1. I'm going to do if frame counter modulo, I don't know, 10. It's different than 0. I return. Different than 0. I return. Come on. Yes. And so now it's going to run slightly less often, which is perfectly fine, I think, if it works. Clear point in base no again. Ah, for fuck's sake. That's the only problem about tool scripts, is that you need to have the right stuff. So yeah, it will update a bit less often, but I think it's still cool. So this is how modifying the curve modifies the enemies. You can see how my point modifies that, and then the threshold supposedly no? What? It's not using the threshold, or what? Threshold low? Threshold big base? Oh, because I'm only using it here, for fuck's sake. So it's in here that I need threshold low. And in here, I'm not using those threshold again. I can remove it entirely. Yes. Clear point in base no. That is very frustrating though. Wave manager, when you do modifications like that. So now, theoretically, if I modify my threshold, you see how it's affecting the start and the stop of my big enemies. This is freaking cool. And you can see I can reduce it, right? I can reduce it and say, hey, I want a notch. I want a notch. And if I make it equal, yeah. So there's not enough precision in here, so it might look like there's something weird, but in fact it should be perfect. So you see, you know that this is the mid-wave. The mid-wave should be bigger, right? The mid-wave should be bigger, so style, separator, line. It's an important wave, so let's make it blue. Let's make it 2 in size, 3 in size. This is the mid-wave in here, okay? This is pretty neat, very neat type of balancing you're doing. Exactly, I think it's pretty neat. So this is the middle of the game, right? Middle of the game. And you know what? I think we need it on the other ones too. Paste. Yes. We might make it slightly different, make unique. We might make it like that. Okay. So very cool. Midwave is here. Let's check. I think I like this. I like that at the end, towards the end, you only have like towards 75, you only have like big enemies. I think this is good, right? I think this is what we want. Having big enemies at the end is clearly something cool. And then what I want to play around is this. How do I modify that? So my threshold high, I will threshold a bit higher, because what I want is to have more. I want to have more orange enemies, I think, for a while. And so this is like 30% of the game. At 30%, you still have this. And you can play around with this and say, yeah, but I don't want... Something like that. And then, do I want it to be steep or not? We can do the points and the values that you talked about. We could add another point, right? And do something weird with it. Do like another... But then my threshold is also playing a role in here. And it might be playing a role. This is super weird. The only problem I can see is that now I have 3 parameters to play around with instead of having just one. I have 3 parameters and I don't know if I find it that easy or not. Because what I wanted was to have just a curve to represent the difficulty. And you can see that because I have some thresholds to take into account the 3rd curve into here, my difficulty, like the link between that difficulty curve, the threshold, and the result can be quite complicated. You see? Can be quite complicated. And in the end, what might have been easier is to have some sort of like 3 curves, one for each enemy type or health type. And then I just do the calculation by hand. I do the calculation in code to make sure that it doesn't go above 1, that it normalizes. The only problem I see with this is it doesn't scale. If you have more than 3 healths, three values, it doesn't scale very much because you need to have 1 curve for each. So it clearly becomes unmanageable. But for example, right now, if I remove this point, what I find kind of hard is, okay, how do I make sure I want to delay when the enemies start spawning in. I want to delay, so that's how I do it. Okay. I want my end to be more difficult. That's what I do. Okay, that works well. Then this tells me... Okay, so up and down tells me how off... Oh, yeah, this is good. In fact, it's not that hard. Once you understand, it's not that hard. Right? So, up and down tells me how quick the difficulty is going to ramp up. So, for example, I don't want those guys... Oops. I don't want those guys to arrive too early. And I can also play around with that to delay when the purple enemies can arrive. And let's say I want the purple enemies to arrive at 40% of the game. In fact, this is in percentage basically. This means enemies. Higher health enemies cannot be present no matter what I do, right? No matter what I do. Oh no, they can. Even if the difficulty is too high, if the difficulty is above the threshold, then they can. Oh yeah, okay. So as soon as my difficulty raises above that threshold, I can have higher enemies. And as soon as my curve is above the high threshold, I only have the high and I only have the two with the most health. Okay, I understand how I made my own stuff. This is interesting. Okay, cool. That's pretty cool, right? And so I think just before the end of the middle, towards here, I want to have a point where I start having I want to have a point where I start having no, it's not there, it's there that I want. Yes, okay, let's not value like that. Okay. The only problem is that they really switch spot. So I'm afraid that the difficulty will ramp up quite fast. But okay. That's cool. That's very neat. I hope it's going to be useful. And then you can have a bunch of difficulty curves. You could the cool thing about that is I can make the game harder. Of course, it's just because of just talking about health, so that might not be enough. But I can make the game harder by having another curve. That's interesting. So right now, for a while, I should probably only see red enemies. Right? I will only see red enemies. I take that. In here, the spawning is clearly weird. The spawning is clearly weird, and what I think is happening is the timer is not reset between the waves. And so that's why sometimes you see waves spawning really fast just after another one. There is something quite weird, in my opinion, in here. Come on. Survive for 30 seconds. And we have 11 seconds. We need to survive a bit more. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, okay. Dash bounce. Slice stun is pretty useful. Slice stun is probably something that is going to become really useful. Once you start having more enemies with more health. Because the slice stun does this. It stops the enemy in place. So it allows you to basically slice it very easily, you see. Boom. And it stops the enemy in place. Very useful. Look at that. Boom. Stops in place. So that's very useful when enemies have more health. And of course, not really that useful for enemies with low health. I'm pretty happy about what we did today. It took a long time to make that probability stuff, and it's not perfect, but at least now I have a tool that allows me to modify the difficulty a bit more visually, and I think when it comes to probabilities and stuff like that, having a visual tool can be really useful, because otherwise it's too hard to understand what you're doing, to really see what's happening. Ultimate charge is really useful. Fuck! I took the wrong one. It's not the one I wanted. Oops. Ooh, and now we start having purple ones. Ooh. Okay. We start having purple ones. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, fuck. No, no. I feel super slow right now. No! Fuck. Just to see where we were. We were at the middle. We were at the crossing. And we didn't see a lot of yellow enemies, but okay. We were here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's stop here. I'm pretty happy with that. We have our thresholds and our curves and whatever. That's pretty cool. Let's do that. Difficulty curve for enemies' health. I'm putting that in here. And if I look at what I'm supposed to do, it is 6 p.m. Fuck. So that works, right? That is done. Honestly, that is done. Theoretically, I should rework the waves, but I don't think reworking the waves with you is going to be super useful. Because basically it's editing values. It's what we've done previously, right? But not technical, just editing values in a dictionary. So I'm not sure you will find it super interesting. The abilities, I'm not able to do that right now. So maybe I start looking at the multi-arena setup. I've been thinking about it, and it might be easier than I think. So I might do that. I might do that, because making the abilities means creating those things in here. Charge dash, those are abilities. Combo can only go down on damage. This is an ability? But abilities basically will become stronger upgrades. And you will be able to purchase them, and in the shop you will be able to purchase more than just abilities. You will also have, the shop will probably be 2 abilities and 1 upgrade, right? I think this will make the shop a bit more interesting, and it also means I don't have to have that many abilities. So that's cool. Make abilities more costly. Yes, I will create another task in here. And I will say 2 abilities and 1 upgrade, and 1 upgrade in shop. Draw 2 abilities and 1 upgrade, giving the user the ability to purchase. I mean, we don't care about why. It's cool. I think it's cool. So honestly, I think we can do that. I think we can do the multi-arena setup. I'm kind of ready to do that. And for this, I've been thinking we should be able to tell when we want multi-arena. It should be something that we do as creators, as designers. So arenas are random, but I want the ability to force a value. So I think, you know what? I think I'm going to do it in here. I'm going to do arena, enum, arenas, and I'm going to say, I'm going to create an enum, which might be, let me think. In here, these are the wall shapes that I do. So I could have, let me just take a look at what the values are. So it's square, it's hexagon, octagon, 10 is what? Decagon, decagon. Is it decagon? I don't know. I think it is. Then it's circle. And that would be arena. That would be the shape. Right? Arenas, that would be the shape. And then I would have enums. Why is it in the wave manager? Good question. Good question. I don't know. But we could use that. And then in here we can say if we want multi-arenas or not. If we want multi-arenas or not. Do I specify the amount of multi-arenas or not? Without the e's at the end of hexagon. Okay. In French I think we have. That's why I put it. Okay. So this is arenas. This is arena shapes. This is arena shapes. And this is arena count. And we can have do I want an arena count? And I don't need an enum for that. I just have an arena count. I have shapes and then I have counts, so by default it's 1. And if it's more than 1, you place it, and you place it following a pattern, I guess. Following a pattern. I want it to be procedural, but simply simple procedural. You see what I mean? Because I don't want to have to create a bunch of predefined stuff. So I think I'm just going to follow some rules and make some procedural placement. It shouldn't be too complex. But let's see. So when we define a wave, I think now we can have something that is arena shape. Right? Where did I put it? We can have arena shape. And it can be something like that. We can specify a shape if we want, which could be useful, for example, when you want to introduce something. You can specify to have the biggest possible. You can have the biggest possible shape, right? For example, in here we're going to have a countdown. I want to make sure that the countdown is going to be done on something. Do I create it like that, arena shape, or do I do arena? Maybe I do arena, and in arena by default we have shape, which is empty, so it's null. Do I put it null, or I put it -1? Maybe I put it -1. If it's not -1, if it's null, I can do something better, and I can do count, number, amount. What is the name that we... No, we didn't use any name. So amount, arena amount. And by default it's 1. Okay. Okay. What do you think about that? We can override the shape, basically. Otherwise it's automatic. And we can tell how many we want. Let me think about something. When we are ready to advance to the next wave, we do what? We are here. We animate the lights, and we are ready to advance to the next wave. Okay? And we only change... Oh. theoretically, we only change arenas when we go through the shop and stuff. I didn't think about that. But I can take that into account in here, and I can say, in here, I know we change. It's 3, I know we change. I know we change shape in here. So I can specify a new shape. And if it's not the case, it's going to change the shape. Maybe it's not a problem. You see what I mean? Maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's not a problem at all. I think I want the ability to do that. Okay, so now I think I'm gonna put that at the beginning. In here, max enemies spawned. I should have 4 voids, because otherwise it collides with the amount of towers that I'm spawning. So now I'm going to do something really stupid. I'm going to take that arena stuff, and I'm going to add it to all of my waves. I know, it's stupid, but hey. I could have something that defaults to, if you don't have arenas, it doesn't break. I could code it. But honestly, I don't care. It's faster for me to just do that. And that way I know how my wave should look like. One thing I'm not sure, in the future, I want to have more decisions. In the future, I want to give the ability to the player to do something special, like not follow the waves directly, maybe have a challenge or something, and I'm not sure how I will incorporate that into this system. But this is something for later. Thank you, Ringil. Thank you. The problem that I see, so for example, in here, I don't pass any shape, and I pass an amount of 2, right? And I pass an amount of 2. In here, theoretically, I need my game to react to that and create more walls. The thing is, let me see. On Portal Sliced, I say Wave Manager start 0. I say Wave Manager start 0, and it's spawning the wave. So maybe in here, as soon as possible, I need to send a signal telling the game what kind of arena I want to create. And I think I'm going to put those walls inside of another wall. You see what I mean? Those walls in here, I will probably put it on the other walls, and I might differentiate between the main walls and the other walls. It's a bigger problem than I thought. That I'm thinking about. It can be a big problem. It can be a big problem. In here to do, maybe wait for a bit. In here, when we advance, when we are ready to advance, I don't think this one should be the one waiting. Sorry, I'm doing something else at the same time. But I don't think this one should be waiting. I don't think you should be waiting. You should spawn the wave when we tell you to. I think it's in here when we advance to the next wave. On upgrade choice finished, we advance to the next wave immediately. And I think that's not what we want. So I would yield a get tree create timer. Maybe even 0.75 might be enough, like a small timer between the next wave and this one. Unpause the save manager, the wave manager, advance next wave, and in here when we have the shop, we advance also. Okay. Okay, so this is like normal stuff. Okay, in here I would wait like that, 0.75. Let's see how it looks when we do that. It's probably not going to change a whole lot. It might make us wait a bit too much. Like, I wanted some breathing room in here. In here, for example, you select, and then it spawns. Yeah, okay, that might be good. Slightly, like a slight delay. Very slight delay. And in between the waves, we have the same delay. Let's see. Wave cleared, and then boom, it starts. Yeah, okay, you have slightly more time. We might change that at some point to make it a bit better, I don't know, a bit bigger. Oh yeah, this is the survive wave. So this wave is very difficult when we have a lot of dashers. I need to think about that. Dash cooldown, yeah, sure. No! Fuck, I'm stupid. Did I say thank you for the follow, Ringil? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Score. Ha ha ha. I've been killed. Okay. You know what? This is slightly better. So I like that. Rework wave enemies. Rework timing. Yes, yes, yes. More waves of just one type, introductory waves. I will work on that later. You said it immediately. Oh, okay. Okay, good. I feel like there is something that I don't take into account. So I'm taking a small break from the walls initially, right now, to look at my process queue function. My process queue function is where I decide what I should spawn. And you see the timing is range lerp. So I'm looking at predefined waves keys size. So I'm looking at how many waves I have minus the current wave index. Okay, so this will go closer to 0. This starts at something super high and it goes closer to 0 as we approach the end. And we map that between 0. No. What? We say between 0 and the size, and it gives us 3.5 to 10 seconds. So it means that when we are closer to the end, there is 3.5 seconds between the different waves. This is crazy. This is crazy. Between, not the waves, sorry, between the spawns inside of the wave. And so, I don't know if we should use a curve or not for that. Maybe it would help us visually understand what's happening. But the stupid thing about that is, as I'm approaching the end of the game, the waves are longer. The waves are longer. There are more enemies inside of the wave. The waves are more difficult because we have enemies that have more health with more difficult enemies. And we have less time between spawns. It makes sense, right? To reduce the timing, I think. Like, initially you want the timing to be very, very big. Like, look at that. Look at that. Initially, I think we only have 3 enemies, so I will kill them immediately. But let's see the timing. Let's see the timing. So I have 3 enemies, okay? I will kill them pretty much instantly that way, okay. In here, we have 4 enemies. I think I'm spawning another one, I'm not sure. I might not be spawning another one. I was going to spawn another one, okay. So let's see this one, right? I have 5 enemies. Look at how long it takes to spawn the rest of the wave. It's not that long, in fact. It's not that long. It could be bigger, no? What do you think? And now everything is spawned, I think. Everything is spawned. And so now it's waiting for me to kill them. It could be longer. No, that's enough time. It's the beginning. It's the very beginning. Also remember that in this game, waves are spawned immediately if you finish them. You see? It's not waiting, it's spawning them immediately if you finish them faster, so you don't have to wait. It's just that if you struggle, look at that, if you struggle like this, if you struggle with one enemy, the wave is not going to be spawned immediately, it's waiting for you to finish. But I think this is the end of the wave, so it's not waiting for you. But let's take another example. Okay. Imagine I struggle in here. I struggle to kill it, and now it's already, the rest of the wave is already there. I feel like it's fast. I feel like it might be a bit too fast. For me, it's fine. For me, it's fine, but I feel like it might be a bit too fast. You're also killing stuff in one hit. No, it depends. It depends what kind of enemy. At the beginning, yes, but then it takes more than one hit. Then it takes more than one hit, depending on the thing. I don't think it's fast. It feels like enough time. It'd be different if all your enemies were the same enemy and none of them were destroyed. Yeah, okay. I feel like I can have a bit more time though. Because what I don't want people to die from being overwhelmed at wave like 3 or something. I don't want that. I want people to play. I want people to die a bit later. in the thing. I want them to experience a bit more before dying too fast. But maybe also having a short time pushes them to finish enemies faster. There might be an argument here. If my goal is to push players to go fast and be in some sort of flow, then I should not give them too much time. With that said, you're the one playing a game, and you probably played more than anyone else, so maybe ask users how they feel about it. Yeah. I want 6. I want wave 6 fast. No, others didn't. What? You mean it felt fast? You know why it feels fast? Because the timing gets reduced incredibly. That's why it feels fast, because we have way more enemies. Basically, it stacks up if you want. What I'm trying to say is that it stacks up, right? It stacks up because you're going to have more enemies spawning faster, so you get overwhelmed really fast. Wave 6 spawn rate felt fast, the others did not. Okay. So basically, it depends what kind of enemies you have. For example, on waves where you have mostly static enemies, for example, later in the game you have like snipers and shooters that are not moving, it's much easier. Those waves feel less overwhelming, even though the spawn rate is incredibly fast, simply because you have enemies that are not moving, and so you can very easily kill them fast. Like you know where they are, they don't move, so you kill them. Whereas if you have a lot of moving enemies, and especially enemies that are not necessarily going towards you, it can take some time. Still, I think I'm gonna bump that up to 12, and I'm gonna say the minimum should be like 5.5. I don't want the spawning rate to be much faster than that. So that's the first thing, right? My timer queue is processing the queue on timer queue timeout. I process the queue. So my problem pass false to make sure timer. How do you stop a timer like that? How do you stop a sentry timer? Is there a way to stop a sentry timer? You just remove the value, right? And it doesn't trigger. I mean, also the balance is how much stronger do you get over time? Because if they spawn fast, but you're killing fast, it doesn't matter. But with that current rave I just saw, I feel like they spawned and then instantly the next respawn or even kill the other enemies. Yeah, exactly. The respawn was pretty much immediate. Yes. So with later, depending on what kind of upgrades you take, if you go with upgrades that are doing damage, you could end up one-shotting the enemies at the end. You could end up doing that. This is a way of playing where you play damage, meaning you won't have that much health, meaning you won't do that much combo and stuff. But it could be. It's definitely possible. I think I want an enemy that spawns explosives on the floor to force you to move. I feel like if I haven't got at least 50% of the enemies skilled before the next spawn, it might feel fast. But that's mainly in the beginning of the game. Endgame it's okay because your choice have a bigger impact. Yeah. You're right. And also it depends, it depends on many things, because, for example, if the enemies are spawned, like sometimes the enemies are spawned perfectly for you to kill them. You have like an enemy here, an enemy here, an enemy here. You have another enemy here. If you push correctly, you kill all of them instantly like that. No matter how spaced they are. Same thing can be true if enemies are spawning close to each other. Sometimes they spawn relatively close to each other. If you time your dash correctly, you do one dash and you kill 4 enemies at once. So it depends on many factors like that. And it might be something that I want to be able to play around with. This is something that I might add to the way I'm spawning enemies, is how much further apart I want them. That could be interesting, right? Like having the ability to define how much further apart they should be, that could be cool. I don't think this is a question you can answer until you have at least some level of upgrades in the game to see how it feels. I do have a lot of upgrades already, and I have upgrades that are different enough to make sure that you can try different ways of playing. Like you can, for example, if you're afraid, if you take a lot of damage, you can play tank, and you can take all of the upgrades that are giving you more health. But you're slow and you don't do a lot of damage. For example, you can play fully combo right now. There is right now there's clearly a cool way to play, and it's full combo. You take all of the upgrades that are giving you more combo, and you don't care about dealing more damage and stuff like that. That is freaking cool. I like this way of playing. This is for people that are good enough and want to reach high scores, like full high scores. Honestly, the enemies that spawn could determine the spawn time. I can modulate the timing depending on like the difficulty of the enemies, right? It's something I could do later on. I don't know if I'm going to do it right now. Right now, I just want to do something, guys. I just want to do something. When the timer queue, I need to make sure that my timer queue is removed entirely. So, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, and that is why my timing is wrong sometimes. My timer queue is only removed in here, and the thing is, sometimes on enemy sliced, check if it's the last enemy of the wave. Last enemy sliced, wave cleared. Okay. Elif, if the wave is empty, if the timeout is superior to 1.5, we check, we disconnect, we say timer queue is equal to null, and we process the queue. Huh. I'm wondering if I don't have a situation where my timer queue is spawning from like a previous spawn stuff. Is that possible? Like I'm spawning a bunch of enemies, and I only start processing the queue. Like, all of the enemies are sliced in that. If the timer is superior, if there is a timer running, and the timer is superior to 1.5, I'm removing it. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything, right? Okay. And so theoretically, there's nothing else doing the queue. Huh. Okay. Timer queue connect. On timer queue, process queue. Why remove it? Because this is a special type of timer. It's not a timer that lives inside the tree all the time. I add it whenever I need it. It's a weird timer. You can keep it the way it is now, and then only certain enemy spawns a little bit more time. Yeah. I keep it simple at first. Don't worry. That's my goal. Simple at first, and a bit more complicated if needed. If I see that it doesn't play correctly, I make it more complex. And right now it doesn't play well. Right now it feels not balanced and overwhelming sometimes. even for me. And what I don't like when it's overwhelming is that you simply tend to dash everywhere. And I don't think it's interesting. Love to start with music. Scriggs! Yeah. Hello, Scriggs. Glad you enjoy it. So I don't think we have the problem that I thought about. I don't think we have the problem that I thought about, where my timer queue would still be running. Right? It would still be running. Because when I process, so what it means is that every time I process, every time I call the process function, the timer queue should be removed. And that is the case. Every time I call process, my timer queue is not here. Unless I'm advancing. But if I'm advancing only... in here. In here. In here, yeah, that's the problem. Even if my spawn queue is empty, I'm sending the thing about the next wave, but my timer queue is still running. You see the point? Okay, I think I get it. We have the start of a wave, right? We have the start of a wave in here. We start spawning some stuff. We have a timer running. In here, we killed all enemies. So we will start a new wave. Just in here, we will start a new wave. Okay? The queue in here is empty, so I feel like it should be fine. So I feel like we should be spawning another wave correctly. But this timer, the timer is in here is still running. Okay? And so when the timer times out, now there is more stuff in the queue. The queue has been filled up, right? The queue in here was full. In here, when we finish, it means that the queue was empty. But when we started, we created a new queue with a lot of stuff inside of it. Right? The queue is basically the queue is basically full of the entire wave, and then we go through the queue and remove part of it depending on how much we want. So we still have the previous timer from the old one triggering. And then we look at the queue, and because we started a new wave, we have stuff to process. Fuck. That's why. That's why. Thank you for the Follow Brains app. I'm loving all the updates on Hyperslice I've been seeing. It's great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I should make a devlog or two, especially in preparation of the demo, but I don't have the time. But you know what I want to do? Like, in the past, when I've done devlogs on Dashbong, and also I've done at least one on Hyperslice, devlogs don't do very well. But I'm thinking about a new way I could do them that would not necessarily make them do better, but would also push me to do them because I would be able to talk about other stuff. Like, I love talking about the process of making games, like the things I go through and stuff like that. Not necessarily technical, more about who am I as a developer, and then what I see for the future and stuff like that. Basically, what we do on Twitch. I talk about the questions that I have, the fears and stuff like that. And I don't know if you're familiar with that style of videos. I love DIY woodworking videos, especially from one guy. I don't remember the name. Very long videos where he's creating a piece, and as he's creating the piece, there's a voiceover of him talking about various things. Sometimes it's directly about what he's doing, like, hey, right now I'm cutting that piece of wood to glue it to that because need blah blah blah. And sometimes he's talking about other stuff, always related to him and to what he's doing, but sometimes a bit more philosophical or whatever. You see what I mean? So it's very chill videos, and I feel like if I'm doing more devlogs, I would like to go that route. Maybe a bit similar to Let's Talk Game Design. I don't know if you know Let's Talk Game Design on YouTube, but when he was doing devlogs, he was trying to give you something at the same time. He was not just showing you what he was doing, he was also like discussing game design decisions and stuff in an interesting way. And I feel like this might work, right? Wear muscle shirts, that would help. I haven't found devlogs to be super helpful for marketing. Most of the people who are watching devlogs are game devs. Devs looking for tips, not game buyers normally. Totally. I do agree with that. One thing, if you talk about the process without going super in details about the technical aspect, first of all, I feel like for yourself, it can be a great way of discussing various topics that would otherwise be difficult to talk about, right? You don't necessarily find a place to talk about specific topics, about doubts in game devs, about finding your niche, finding your genre and stuff, and you don't want to be doing videos specifically about that. So you create something, and at the same time you talk about something else. So I feel that, for me personally, I feel like this would work well as a way to talk about that, basically, right? To have a discussion, but a more chill discussion, a different discussion than on Twitch. Because on Twitch, there's a lot of interactivity, right? When we talk about a subject, people can instantly reply. But the amount of people that can view that is much lower, so the discussion is in a much smaller niche. Whereas with YouTube, theoretically, you can reach more people, so I think it can be interesting in that regard. And second point, while I agree with you that game devs are not really talking to gamers when they're creating devlogs, I feel like if your devlog is bringing something else and not just the game, especially not just the technical aspect of the game, more people can be interested. I'm gonna give you a bad example because it's an outlier, but when Danny was doing devlogs, he was doing it so much in the entertainment side that people could be watching him even if they don't care about making games at all, right? Especially since he was never talking about technical aspect. Every time he was talking about something technical, he would say something like, this is boring code part, blah, blah, blah. And he was not doing that. And that's why he was able to reach millions, because it was beginner friendly enough. Without going that far, I feel like discussing topics that could be interesting to many people, not just technical people, not just game devs, while you are doing your devlog, can be interesting. Because, for example, when I look at another creator, for example, this creator, let's go back to that creator that is doing woodworking. I'm not doing woodworking on a daily basis, right? I enjoy woodworking, but he's far out of my league. I'm never doing what he's doing. What I find interesting, though, is the process, what he's thinking about, how he's handling clients and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm interested in his creative process. And even though I'm not a woodworker, I still find it interesting. You see my point? You do woodworking? I mean, I do woodworking the same way many people do woodworking, right? I enjoy creating stuff, so I do some DIYs. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I completely agree. It's nice for building a wonderful community. It's just think a lot of devs are thinking devlogs will be marketing silver bullet, and it's just not that. No, that's true. That's true. One thing that it can do, though, devlogs, is it puts you out there. It puts you out there, and it puts more eyes on your projects eventually, which might lead to a publisher finding you, a streamer or a YouTuber finding you, or someone sees you and recommends you to another YouTuber or streamer or whatever. So it might help in that regard. But is it worth it? For most people, it's probably not worth it because it's way too much effort for the amount that it can bring. I would do it because I have subjects I want to talk about. I have things I want to talk about. And we do it during the live streams, but I would like to do it in a more chill way where I can actually write down my thoughts and not just spit them out like that, and have some sort of conversation. And so maybe it's useful in that regard. I don't know, I would need to try. Devlogs only really work if you have a big new feature that's been added. I don't think I agree, Peacebreaker. I don't think I agree. 100% is definitely a long game move. Yeah, totally. Unless you explode. Some devlogs explode, right? Some devlogs, because the game is particularly interesting, or the way the devlogs are made, or whatever. Sometimes they explode. Why not? Right? It's possible, but it's difficult. I think I don't agree with you, Peacebreaker. For example, I can totally see someone do a devlog about, I don't know, a subject that seemingly is boring, but they make it interesting because they show you the process, right? Like tweaking the difficulty of a game. It's not super interesting, right? But it can show you how they measure it, what kind of approach they took, how they read the feedback from the players, how they created maybe custom tools or whatever. And I don't know. I'm sure there are ways. There are always ways to make things interesting. That's what I'm trying to say. And I feel like devlogs are usually the same thing. If you look at devlogs nowadays, usually it's either one guy in front of the camera or another guy or a guy in a voiceover that basically does this. I wanted to add something in my game, so I added that in my game. To add that in my game, I did this, and then that, and then this. This resulted in that. Oh, and I had a bug, so then I had to do this. But then I was able to do this, and that, and this fixed this, but added that bug. Then I went in here and did that, and I created this. And that's the end of the devlog. You see what I say? It's really a devlog. It's just a devlog. It's like telling you what they did. It's not necessarily interesting. I think you need a bit of storytelling inside of here. The problem is that it's difficult to do storytelling at the same time. And I think looking for inspiration outside of game dev is the way to go. I would not do devlogs where I jump around everywhere and I do jokes on jokes and stuff like that, and it's just entertainment. It's not my thing. It's not what I consume. But why not bring a bit of what I consume inside of my devlogs? And what I consume is longer videos where creatives and people talk about their approach, how they feel, and how they do stuff. Like, on a daily basis, I watch videos that are 20 plus minutes. Very, very often. And sometimes on subjects I'm not super interested about. It's just that the person is talking about themselves. And the thing that connects us is the fact that we are both humans and we are both experiencing stuff. And so no matter what you're talking about, I can find some interest in that. You see what I mean? And I think that if you manage to do this, you can actually reach people that might not be directly interested in your game, or that might not be solely interested in game dev, and that can discover your game. And even if they don't discover your game and they don't really care about your game, at least you're building community. And that still is useful. And you have the ability to talk about something that matters, you see? Speaking for myself, if you're in the same spot that you were last devlog, I will lose interest. Yeah, of course, I understand what you mean, Peacebreaker, but you could also show things. Yeah, I see what you mean. But I don't think that's necessarily the point of devlogs. I think I'm interested in devlogs where people talk about how they approach something. Maybe my wording was bad. I feel like there had to be an update of some kind. Yeah, I think it's a different point than when you said a second ago, and I agree with that point. You shouldn't be doing weekly devlogs if you don't have progress every week. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Honestly though, Mr. I think you should release shorts like that. I was super captivated by your voice just then. Yeah, but I was trying to make a point. I was trying to make a very different point. I was trying to say, when devloggers do that, I find that boring. So I'm not sure I would do it, because I personally find it incredibly uninteresting. You see what I mean? You're not creating any story. So if you're just listing the different things that you did, why should I be interested? Why does it matter? You made the point. I'm just saying I'd watch that. Yeah, I see. But I don't know if I would do that, because why should I watch you talk about the difficulty in your game? I love watching people solve problems. Yes, okay. If they introduce the problem, then. If they introduce the problem. Notice how I didn't say anything when Scrix said something about your voice. I was on my base behavior. Yeah, Peacebreaker. That's good. Hey, Arkham. Welcome back. Storytelling is pretty straightforward. You start off with how the situation was. You introduce a problem. You talk about the pains and struggles. You find a solution, and you list the outcomes. Yeah, Peacebreaker. I agree with you. I understand. You're right. It's not that hard. Yet, most don't do it. Because it takes time and effort. And most are just going to list a bunch of features. This week, I worked on that and this and that and this and that. I personally don't find that super interesting. You know why I would find it interesting? There's a few situations where it would still be interesting. If I think I would watch devlogs like that for two reasons. One, I really like the guy. Let's say the guy has a funny personality, or I just enjoy the presence. I might watch the devlog even if I don't care. Second reason, if I really enjoy the game. If the game itself is incredibly interesting, even if it's just a list, I might still look at it. I might still listen to the video because I want to see what has been updated. Otherwise, in all the other situations, the person has to convince me why I should watch. You see what I mean? I came back in the middle of a deep discussion, it seems. Is it about devlogs? Yeah, exactly. We talk about devlogs. Yeah, but that's the thing. If you want to do features, you can do that, but then don't try to tell the story about it. Just shows off the feature. The issues when they want to tell the story, but they would want to not use the story formula, you can make an interesting... Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, I think I want to make... I want to make something that is kind of the story formula with my devlogs. But sprinkled... I would sprinkle that with discussions about stuff. Let me show you. I have an idea. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna show you my YouTube home feed first of all, which is very risky. You can see what I'm usually looking at. Anyway, and I'm gonna look for Aramus. Aramus is doing something that I find interesting. Aramus is doing a lot of just talking about a subject, right? In his video, throughout the video, it will be mostly him. I think that's a problem to reach a bigger audience, because if people don't care about you specifically, I don't know if they would listen, right? But if you hook them with a problem and a solution, kind of what you said with the story formula, right? You tell them, hey, I'm going to tell you a story, and as I'm telling you the main story, which is, for example, how I designed a boss for my game in like only 2 weeks or something, I don't know, whatever, find a good way to present that. I'm going to sprinkle on top of that a bit of this, a bit of discussion. Basically, I'm adding a side story. And I think I want to do that. Talk about the game specifically, but at the same time, I talk about something else. For example, how, as a game dev, I deal with working alone constantly, you know? How I deal with doubt, how I deal with motivation, whatever. All of the subjects that I would like to talk about, because I think about that on a daily basis. But I would not want to make a video solely on that. This is kind of what Aramis is doing, right? Sometimes he's doing a video solely on that subject. And I think I want to sprinkle it in pretty much all of the videos I do. And a good example of that is... I don't know, but if I type woodworking, I will probably find him. No. So see, an example of just a video on a subject. This type of video is more like a devlog for me, more like a classic devlog with storytelling. I have a problem, which is that my webcam is too high, and I want to design something that puts my webcam at eye level, and then I'm going to show you how I do it. Cool, right? But this is not what I'm interested in. This, for example, I watched some of it, but actually I skimmed through. I didn't listen to all of it. Do you know why? Because when it's just problem solution, you can hear the problem and you can go to the solution. Whereas, how can I find the guy? The guy usually arrives in my recommendations, and I just listen to the guy for hours. How can I do that? Woodworking, filters, over 20 minutes. Fuck, it's not that. Oh, it is this guy. It's this guy. Yes. Perfect. This guy. Look at that. Most of the time, the videos are pretty long. You see, most of the time, the videos are above 20 minutes. Above 20 minutes. And there will be one thread throughout the video, 2 threads throughout the videos. There will be the actual project he's doing, like for example in here, an ugly object looks awesome, or a table or whatever, and then there will be a second thread on top of that, and it's like a subject. For example, in here, the weirdest client request I've ever had, maybe he's going to talk about the requests, the client, how he's dealing with clients and stuff like that. There's some kind of logic. So those videos, you can do 2 things. You could theoretically look at the video, go through it, and see the result at the end, because you don't care, you just care about that. Or you can enjoy the whole process, because both parts of your brain are used at the same time. Like visually, you see something and you see progress, and the guy is telling you a story at the same time. You see what I mean? And you could also just listen to the guy and not even like look at the videos if you don't care about woodworking at all. The guy would just talk about stuff. I think this is kind of the videos I want to make. The only problem is that maybe those videos work well because they're incredibly visual, right? Woodworking is incredibly visual. Like let's just fire up a video. It's mesmerizing. You look at that, it's visual. There's drawings. And look at that, throughout the process, you just see someone do stuff. You could watch the video, put it in the background and not even listen to the video. The entire process is incredibly visual. Maybe a bit more than game dev, right? Maybe a bit more than game dev, because when you see him do that, it looks interesting. Whereas if you do the same thing with game dev, what are you going to see? Lines of code, stuff like that. It's funny, I keep getting lost in woodworking videos too. It's amazing. I was going to say you can search your history. Yeah, but it's been a while. DevDuck, I think, did a good job with devlogs. He just doesn't have energy. I think DevDuck is not interesting to me. But maybe he evolved over the years. I think I might be wrong, but let me tell you what I remember from DevDuck. I'm not interested in his game. I'm not interested in his game. I'm sorry, nothing against him, nothing against the game. It's just not my type of game at all, because it's just like another RPG. It's another fucking RPG, and I'm not interested in that. And because he's mostly talking about the game, I think, and not necessarily about him in general, I don't think I'm interested. If he was talking about more than just the game, I could be interested, right? Because I could listen for the process. Another example of that, I often listen to Orange Pixel. I don't watch a lot of devlogs, to be honest with you guys, because most of the time I don't care. But I listen a lot to Orange Pixel, not because I'm interested by the games. Again, I'm not super interested by the games, but I'm incredibly interested by the insights. The guy has been doing that for years, and he's very transparent about how he's trying to do stuff, how he's trying to approach the business side of things and stuff like that, and that is interesting. To me, that is interesting, so I listen for that. The only thing I don't like is that the videos are too long for what he's saying. It's kind of slow sometimes. Thanks to your recommendation, by the way. Universal roller coaster. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was going to say, I think my favorite is when they use the epoxy and it's super cloudy, but by the time they finish sending, it's super clear and shiny. Yeah, especially when they use the hot flame and stuff. That was he doesn't have the energy part. I think he follows the formula very well. Really? Okay, let's listen. Let's listen to an episode. What do you when you say he doesn't have the energy? What does that mean? So do you think all the videos are worth it, or some are more interesting than others? Because, for example, a week of progress on my indie game open world RPG, I think I don't care about that, right? What do you think? But crazily enough, it's doing more views. How I organize. This is very centered around game dev, though. My day balancing an indie, rebuilding my selling feature from scratch. Oh my god! You see, when I see this, I want to kill myself. I want to kill myself. And it's one of the most viewed videos. I don't understand. When I see a game dev saying I'm rebuilding something from the feature from scratch, I'm like, oh no, not again. Not again. You've been doing that how many times? At this point, you've been rebuilding your entire game 3 times. Stop it. It kills me. He introduces where he was, his goal, his issues, and how he solved it. But it's not entertaining, and his game isn't easier. Okay, so I think I would be missing the... discussion part, like something else. Orange Pixel has been around since the early 2000s at least. I used to hang out on mobile phones developer forums when he came back then. Long ago. Yeah, he's been doing that for a long time. That's why I think it's interesting, because it's kind of the same aspect as the guys from behind the Regency Solitaire recently. They've been doing game dev for 15 or 20 years, and they're still doing it. So there is something to get from them, right? Even if you don't like the games that they're making or whatever, there is something interesting. He was making games for Firefox OS. I was next to the team working on making Firefox OS. Wow, cool. he has that what you should be discussing part down. He just doesn't deliver in an interesting way. That's why I stopped watching him. Okay, I need to dash. Full dash. Focus timer. Yeah, I don't care about that. My game dev tools, I don't care. Productivity and balance. Adding climbing. So I will listen to this one, for example, and then this one because it's popular. And let's see what is very popular. 4 years ago, making my dream game. Oh my god. This is like very hustle culture. My routine. Converting 6-month-old. Results from releasing my first indie game. Oh, it was at the very beginning, right? How I developed and released my first game. My setup. First boss. Building a boss. Converting my project to the combat. A week in my life. Okay, let's listen to that really quickly to see if I find it interesting or not.
Joining me for another devlog for Dolphin, a 2D RPG about a marine biologist.
Time for evening, me catch you later. Goodbye, Arkham. I'm going to do my devlog today. I started my first game in Godot, so when I actually did was watch videos, hit the gym, and ate out because I didn't feel like cooking dinner, and then talked about how I wanted to build the game to people the next day.
I'm wrapping up one of my longer breaks from filming in quite a few months. Right after my last video, I took a lovely trip to Paris for the first time for a wedding. I've done some traveling for work in the meantime, and frankly, it's just been a busy end to the summer. Despite all that, I'm happy to say that even though I didn't film anything over the past month or so, it has been one of my most productive months somehow working on Dolphin. Nearly every day I've been able to make progress on some of the major features that I've had on my backlog, so naturally we have a lot to catch up on. And because I know I'm going to get a ton of comments about this mustache, this beauty was created for Halloween this year. Bonus points if you can in the comments identify who I was for Halloween.
He needs to get rid of that mustache. He's ruining his hotness.
It was a couple's.
No, I like it.
My wife. Okay, let's go look at Dolphin. So where to begin? I think the best way to summarize what I've been working on over the past few weeks is to actually open up my field notes, go to my skills page, and open up the foraging skill, because this is where I've been pouring all my effort over the past month or so. Now, I know this UI looks a bit goofy. I've been in here just messing around a lot, so I have some work to do. But what I do want to draw your attention to is the various unlocks here under the foraging.
So you see,
level 1,
you see the thing that drives me away. I would not listen to 17 minutes of that. I would not listen to 17 minutes of that. And nothing against the creator again. It's just that I'm not super interested in the game, and he's mostly talking about the game. He's not talking about other things, right? It's mostly centered around the game, and it's very devloggy, right? In the sense that, for example, at the beginning, he's talking about himself and the fact that he went to Paris and stuff. I don't necessarily care. You should do a video about the mental mindset needed to finish a game. I don't know about that. This also is not his usual formula he does. Okay.
Points if you can in the comments identify.
But I guess he's going to introduce another problem because there's adding climbing, right?
Other materials pop up with interact by this polygon collider that's all colorful along the outside of the island here. I updated this class to use a polygon collision shape instead of a square so I could be more precise with.
No, but I know that what I find interesting is going back to his channel and look at the videos, because when I started Godot, he started probably at the same time. He was there at the same time, so he was one of the first that I discovered and I watched. And to this day, every time someone is asking for recommendations, DevDoc is being recommended, and each time I'm like, why? You see what I mean? Why? I don't find it interesting, so I don't know why people find it interesting. So I looking back at it and understanding why I don't enjoy it, I think is interesting. Because in the 4 years that I've been doing game dev, I might have changed. Maybe it's different now.
Thanks for joining me for another devlog for Dolphin, my 2D open world RPG about a marine biologist that I'm building with Godot. Once again, it has been far too long since the last update, so I appreciate y'all being patient with me. As always, life is just catching up and keeping me busy. But the good news is I have continued to make progress, and if you're subscribed, you probably saw that about a week and a half ago, I put out a Dolphin deep dive, which will get you pretty well caught up with what I've been working on recently. The short and sweet version is that I've been working really hard to overhaul the way I procedurally generate islands in Dolphin, and I had two goals with this rework. The first was to take what was previously kind of arbitrary values between -1 and 1 in my height maps that I was creating and convert those to meaningful elevation and depth values, meaning that now I can tell when the player should be diving into a 50 meters deep ocean scene versus a 200 meters deep ocean scene. And now I have elevation data above ground that I can use to create more interesting terrain on islands. My second and definitely most important goal with this rework was to give myself more control over the output of this procedural generation system, meaning that if an island was spit out that I really liked, had a great shape, I could then go in and modify those elevation values to allow me to create some terrain in an interesting place, or maybe in the water around an island, I could create a deep trench that the player could dive down in and find some special treasure. This is my way of being able to kind of add a personal touch to the...
I feel like this shouldn't be an RPG. My take on that is that it shouldn't be an RPG. There's no reason for it. It should be more of a collection game, or like maybe just a small game about discovering marine biology and stuff. It feels way too diluted now that you can fight stuff and whatever. It feels like a cozy game to me more than anything. Yeah, that's why I feel like the RPG element is simply not useful. And again, it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of the stream, that game devs are usually doing RPGs simply because it's an easy way to put everything into one basket, to make a game that is way too big. That's the way I see it. Okay, so I understand why I don't like it, and I'm not doing better, right? I'm not doing better, but I think there is a way. There must be a way to make devlogs more interesting. There must be a way. But I get RPG is so hard to make as much as I want to make one. That's why I avoided a good RPG. Yeah, and also it's boring as fuck. Sorry, but making an RPG is boring as fuck? Can you think about something more boring than that? It's so like game dev. It's so like if you think about what is a game, you think either about an RPG or a platformer. Most people would think about that. I think my love of storytelling would keep me interesting over time. But you can tell stories without doing an RPG. You don't have to be doing an RPG to tell a story. I think it's much better to do a story-heavy game, like a walking simulator, or just a visual novel. I think it's a way better way to convey a story than doing an RPG, because RPG means you need so much more elements that are going to be useless. Like Thomas Was Alone. Yeah, for example. Or all of the psychological horror games, like Threshold, Mouthwashing, or whatever. Those are much more suited to tell a story, in my opinion. Because otherwise, your boring story about a hero going on a journey. Because again, the thing about RPGs is that usually it's the same boring setup, right? About a hero doing something. We've seen that so many times. For fuck's sake. I think it depends on the story you're trying to tell. Honestly, the RPG you want to make, I don't think any other types of game would work except an RPG. But I also think the RPG type of RPGs matter. Yeah, maybe. I'm biased because I don't like RPGs, to be honest. I don't like them. I don't really like them. Do I need to disconnect, or can I just make it null and it's okay? I don't know. But what I'm going to do is in here, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make sure that my queue is removed. Heavy story, no scoping issues. Yeah. And when something is story heavy, I feel like you shouldn't have too much gameplay. My take on story heavy games is that gameplay should be limited. Should be simple enough to tell a story. Otherwise, the story gets lost into too many different things. And that's why I usually don't like RPGs, because RPGs have too many systems, too many different things. Okay, so timer might be null in here. Oh, I missed the if timer. Evening, how's it going? Hey Lupo! We were talking about RPGs. I feel like you do games that's more based around skills and such. And for me, RPGs is more about living the story and being part of the story, not just hearing it. That's right now, that's the game I do, but it's not the games... I want to make other games, and I want to make lots of games about different stories. And when I say story, I mean really a message, right? Things that I want to talk about. I have many ideas, and you would live the story. You would just not have in the middle of it levels, a smith, I don't know, crafting, combat, whatever. You see what I mean? That's what I hear when I think RPG. I think a bunch of things to create the role play. But I don't think it's how you create roleplay. Again, I'm playing sometimes very heavy story, games with heavy, lots of story elements, and I am in the story without having any elements of creating a character. The character is already created. I just play it. You see what I mean? I'm only talking about from what I've seen so far. I don't doubt what you're saying. I've only seen like 4 or 5 games, and most, yeah, of course, especially when you do game jams. I feel like creating a story can be difficult, and also it's frightening for me to create story-based games. I have one idea that I would love to explore. I have lots of visuals ready. I know exactly what I want to talk about. It's a subject that is deeply important to me, but I think I'm also not going. I'm not doing it also because I'm afraid of touching that idea, right? And doing games where you have a story, I think those games are much harder to create. It's very easy to do a bad story, and we put story with quotes because sometimes it's more a message than a story. It's like the difference between Avatar: The Last Airbender and Naruto. They were both telling a story, but The Last Airbender tells in a clear, concise, and compelling, and Naruto takes freaking forever. It has tons of irrelevant filler. Yeah. Yep, my story, I want to do an RPG. If I'm being honest, I could just write a book on it instead. So you see, that's the problem. Story games are also less shareable during development. I agree and I don't at the same time. Because I think if your game is heavily based on things that you're not telling, visual stuff, like, you can share it. Like, I'm thinking every time I'm talking about that, I think for example about Threshold. Threshold is a very good example of the kind of game that I would like to make, but I would also put Buckshot Roulette in that. Buckshot Roulette is much less about a story and much more about an experience, and also it's much closer to a game, right? Buckshot Roulette is much closer to a game than Threshold is, you see. But still, it's less gamey than Hyperslice maybe, and it's very shareable because you can share weird places in your game. You can share disconnected stuff, and people might be interested in that. Do you think that the fact that those games have a lot of mystery helps? Yes, exactly. I think because those games are not telling a story in necessarily I would say the classical way, but it's not that. Yeah, I think you can share the mystery in advance, and people can be interested in the mystery. people can be interested in simply the look of your game because you have a very unique look. Threshold is this. The guy just shows you a place, shows you a guy. You can totally imagine while he's developing the stuff. For example, there's a train in this game. He could show you that. He could show you a still image with the train in the background. And you're like, wow, what is this? What is this? What is this train? What is it? Why is it mysterious like that? He could show you this part of the game where you're kind of crunching something, just that, and say you now have the ability to crunch those weird canisters and you don't say what they are and stuff. You see what I mean? Even if they are heavily based on, basically the game is just telling you a story, I think you can still show a bunch of stuff. Because you show different parts, like a trailer, you show disconnected elements, and people can't piece together those elements unless they're playing the game. So you're fine, but you actually have interesting things to show. Whereas, for example, when I work on balancing the difficulty of my game, what can I show? It doesn't change anything, right? Whereas if you modify the environment in here, you can show how you modify the environment. It's much more visual. Those games are much more visual, what I'm trying to say. Story games are also less shareable, so that we talked about that. Any 2D games artist in the chat? I mean, we all are 2D games artists, but maybe bad. So what you're talking about is a different way of telling a story. It's the way that Lord of the Ring is in the book is not the way the movie is. It tells the story in a different way because you're not really there for the adventure. You're there to learn about the world adventure that takes place in. Maybe. I'm not sure. I guess what I mean by shareable was more like streaming a longer form devlogs. Maybe. Streaming stuff like that. Yeah, maybe. Maybe and maybe not also. Maybe and maybe not. You see what I mean? At the same time, I feel like you can show a bunch of stuff. Again, creating... like showing only disconnected part of your world. Showing how you work on the oxygen mechanic. And you show how you work on the oxygen mechanic and you don't tell why it's there. Or you show why something is there, but you don't show how it works and stuff like that. I don't know. Also, the cool thing about games like that, the way I see it, if you make short story-based games, is that you need less devlogs because you're not making a game for 4 years. You're making a game for 6 months maximum, right? So it's definitely easier to not have to talk about it that much. I mean, you can show stuff and you can discuss stuff, but you don't have to talk about it for 4 years. So it's okay. You can leave a bit of mystery. Dark Souls, you know its overall story, but the most interesting thing is the world, and you learn about the world through the items and connecting them to the events. That what's happened is more interesting than trying to really. So that is kind of interesting, but I'm not interested in those stories. For example. When I play Elden Ring, I don't play Elden Ring for the story at all. I watch the story after the fact. I go and watch a video that talks about the story. I watch like a movie, basically, that talks about the story. But I don't play Elden Ring for the story elements. And when I'm playing, I don't care about the story at all. Like, at all. I care about the environment and the mysterious aspect of the environment, and I'm like amazed by the different things I see. But I don't necessarily try to connect, right? Because the gameplay is too important in games like that. The gameplay is too important. In a game like Threshold, the gameplay is not that important. The gameplay is bare bone, very simple, because that's not the point. The point is the story. So, because the gameplay is bare bone, your brain is free to think about what's happening, and you're like, wow, what's happening? Why am I doing this? The guy just told me something. What does that mean? You see what I mean? Whereas Elden Ring is so big and filled with things, I can't be thinking about the story. So that's why I said earlier that I care about the story only if the gameplay is a small part. I only care about the story if the gameplay is a small part. So for me, this You see it's categorized as horror, psychological horror, atmospheric. It's even closer to walking sim, in my opinion. But I think that's my point. The story is not important because that's not why you're here. You're there for the world that you're in. Oh, sorry. Yes. Definitely. Yes. In games like Souls and Elden Ring and stuff, yes, the world is interesting in itself. And of course the mechanics are interesting also. So you're just enjoying the ride, basically. There's definitely some stuff you can share in real time, but I just think there's less of that stuff with story games, the amount of which would vary per project. Good point. New junk. We might see, because I would love to make games like that. So I would be interested to see how I can stream it. And I think I would be able to stream a good portion of it. Because at the same time, people are not watching your stream because you're showing in details how technically you implement something. Most people don't fucking care about what you're doing, right? They care about being here and having someone in the background talk about stuff. So I don't know if it's harder to stream or not. Like, if you actually read the Lord of the Ring books, the first character they meet, Tom, literally has the ability to end the whole story himself, but they give you the love of who he is to the point when you realize he has the ring. Okay. And that's interesting part, not Frodo trying to destroy the ring. Okay, yeah, I see. And so for example, this is less about the story, right? Buckshot Roulette is less about the story. It's more heavily based around a gameplay mechanic, but the gameplay mechanic is set in an interesting world with interesting things happening. So you might be like, oh, what is this? Why is it like that? You might be thinking about stuff. There's still a bit of story element, but it's less important because the gameplay is much more important. And I want to make games like that. Because it's much easier for me to talk about something, to have a message in a game where gameplay is not important. Like, for example, in Hyperslice, I could be discussing subjects, right? I could be talking about different subjects, like I could have like dialogues at some point and talk about stuff. But I think it doesn't work. People are not playing a game like that to have story elements. There's something weird about the timing. It's spawning even faster than before, I feel like. I think I need to debug that. I need to have like a debug overlay that shows me what is happening, because sometimes I'm confused. They're gonna be excited about the idea of starting a game, but I know I'm not going to go to the gym, be tired, and not do anything. That's the problem. Right? I'm stopping the timer queue, so I'm not processing the queue. I'm processing the queue. only when we spawn the wave and when the timer queue times out. Is it possible that the timer queue... I mean, I'm disconnecting it. So even if it was running, I'm just disconnecting it. Right? So every time I'm making it null, I should definitely make sure... For example, in here, I should make sure to also, like, remove anything that might be happening. And in here, at the end of the process queue, I start it again with the time. Well, unfortunately, at my age and my blood sugar issues, the gym is significantly more important than getting the game done, but that hopefully won't be forever. First, I need to lower my game standards. I think I started off lowering my standards, be trying to do for one more time, yeah. Lowering... I would love, you know, I'm still not there yet. I don't know how to convince people, but I would love to convince people that it's not about lowering the standards, it's about creating something that you can reach. You see what I mean? I understand why some people might think that creating something smaller is lowering the standard, but is it really lowering the standard if it makes you able to create a game? You see what I mean? What do you prefer? What do you prefer? Someone that has huge ideas but does nothing because it's impossible, or someone that accepts the fact that they're not capable and they do something shorter, smaller, but they actually produce stuff? You see what I mean? So it's not really about, and I want to see, and I want people to understand that it's actually, it can be really rewarding, really interesting to make smaller games, and it might be more difficult than they think. Because again, it requires very specific skills to be able to make a small game that works well. It's much easier to make a small game that works well than to make a big game that does nothing, because big games are shit. But you see what I mean? The default for many of us, the default state is adding more stuff, making the games bigger and bigger and bigger. It is easy for most of us to add stuff. What is really difficult is removing everything that is not necessary to have really something polished and interesting and simple. So that's why I'm much more interested in people making small games. I don't care about your huge open world RPG that includes all of the features you can think about, because that's the default way of thinking. And the truth is, when you do that, you're just never releasing anything. I need to say something to pick on Godot. The fact is, I just need to do something less ambitious to start off with. The problem is, I want to be proud of everything I make, and I need to get over that since I'm just learning the game. But don't you think you will be... Okay, let's dissociate things. When you are learning, you're not necessarily proud of the quality of the output, but of the fact that you output something. And I think you have something. In my opinion, you have a problem with the way you're seeing things, because you only see the quality of the output, where it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you are creating something. And that something will not be good. I can tell you it's not going to be good. And we don't care, right? We don't care, because the real important fact is that you are doing the process of creating stuff, which is very hard. You see what I mean? The thing is, though, you got to remember that I've already made games before, so for me, I'm beyond that I've made something, so I'm happy now part. Yeah, I see. But you're using another engine, so you have to you have to think about that also. It's like relearning some stuff. And you're not doing it often enough to expect doing better every time. Right? When you are doing something often enough, you can expect to try to do better, to have a progression curve. That's normal. If you go to the gym 3 times a week, you can expect to have some sort of progression. If you go to the gym once a month, you should not think that you will do better than last time, because you're not doing it often enough. And I think you are in that case. You don't do it often enough. First, you don't do it often enough. Second, you're going to use another engine that you don't know. I wouldn't say I've lowered my standards by doing a Suka game. I'm doing that game because it's simple and I can put effort into making it look nice. And in the process, I learned all about Godot and Steam. I have big plans for future games, but I need to take steps towards those bigger games, and those steps are smaller games. Yeah. Who wants to do a 2D game with me? I need 2D artist. I don't think we have solely artists in here, Lupo. Exactly, and that's my issue. Like, I know that even though I've made games before, I'm nowhere near that I would call even intermediate at this point. So I think I'm still going to do Bracky's tutorial, and then once I'm done with it, I will start adding some changes to make it unique to myself. But I will try to keep the changes minimum but noticeable. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. But honestly, I think I can understand how you feel, because I have this tendency to. I have this tendency of thinking, because I've done something once, then I should obviously be better next time, even if I did that thing once like 10 years ago. But that's a very, in my opinion, very bad way of dealing with the creative process. Honestly, it's 7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. I'm not gonna make you endure more development. I'm just gonna check some games in here before we go. I want to check the games that they created for the Pirate Jam. Those 3 games in here. Maybe 4. Maybe 4. Okay, let's go. Let's do that. Let's change to games plus demos. Let's go. Did you ever think about playing user games sometimes on stream? I did it already. I did it like twice, or I think. I know you do it, but people usually come to you. I did it twice, where I specifically told people, "Hey, I'm gonna play your games. Send me your games." Okay, let's try that. Let's try those games really quickly. I'm gonna stop the music for that, and let's see what we have. It's hot out there. Okay. Are you going to... Okay. A short RPG. Fuck, another RPG. You must love it. Warm rocks, toasty scales, lizard. Like that. What's the I hate pixel stuff. Like, it's very difficult to read the font in here. You're actually out of gas. How'd that happen? We're gonna have to pull over. It looks like there's a place up ahead. Okay. Stuff in the way. Do you want to battle it? I will battle? Okay, fun. Okay, how about you just bash these battles out of the way for us? I give you an order. Press space to execute. Use short blast. How do I go through that? Oh, when I give you an order, press space to execute it. Use short blast. Ah, okay, I can use only the things that they're showing us. With pixelated like that. young children can appreciate the old thing. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, but now we have HD stuff, so... The what? Tom, do something. This hooligan is breaking things. Of course, darling. What would you like me to do about it? Fight? Okay. So now I can move. Fuck. Okay. You see, I don't see why it must be an RPG what we are doing right now. Why do you need to coat it in something else? Isn't it just cool, the mechanic? Isn't it just cool and you can just play like that? I don't see if it's... I don't think it's bringing a whole lot to the game, but I don't know. So this is pretty cool, but I don't know if I like that. It's not really my type. Okay, let's switch to Switchblade by Torquedo. Torquedo is the guy behind... oh my god, what? Torquedo is the guy behind Window Kill. Mouse movement, look. Mouse 1, activate weapon. Mouse 2, special action, sometimes. Switchblade is a challenging platformer puzzle game where you play as a weapon. What? Okay. It's fucking hard, or am I stupid? What the fuck? And it doesn't do anything. Mouse 1, okay. What? I don't understand what it's doing. What the fuck? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't do anything. And it's incredibly hard to navigate. Hey Thibaut, I don't understand. I don't understand. What the fuck? There's no grip, so you see how I'm sliding and how I'm not gripping? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go that slow to not fall? Oh, okay, maybe. Okay. The fuck? Yes. Okay. I fell down. Was it part of the thing? Okay. I have to fall down, right? Okay, that's the spot. Oh, and now there is a sword. Ah! Okay, cool. Holy shit. This is super difficult. This is so fucking difficult. There's a blue gecko, maybe there's something for a boost or whatever. That... No, it's just when you hold it, it's doing that. If you're on a mountain game where you go to climb in a pot, yeah, it's like the original Phodian game. Getting over it. The fuck. Okay, I'm stuck. It's the kind of game if you don't manage to get the thing, you're fucked, right? And I'm not going fast enough, so what can I do really? Maybe it's momentum based. Maybe it's momentum based. And so I should go right there. No. Okay. I would rage quit, which is why I don't play Getting Over It. This is so fucking hard. And also, I don't hear any music. For some reason. Oh, because the thing is... Ah, shit. The thing is... muted. Okay, cool. Ah! For some reason, I managed to go there. Okay, what? Ah, okay, cool mechanic. I can... I can launch myself. Wow. You see, I can use that with the switchblade. This is so fucking difficult. Oh. Come on. No, no. No. Hey. No, 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 no. No! Okay, are you sick? You sound sick. I am sick, a bit, yes. I was waiting for you to fall off the mountain and rage quit. I would enjoy this mechanic if it was you fighting monsters and it was platforming. Oh, I don't know if I would like that. Okay, it's cool, but it's too hard. It's cool, but it's too hard. Let's try a Forgotten Soul Sword. What was the theme? What was the theme? Usually the theme is shit for the pirate game jam, right? I don't like pirates. You are the weapon. Ah, okay. Okay, you are the weapon, yeah. Play. Continue. Oh, another somewhat rage game. More like a Jump King this time. Easier to pick up. Okay, cool. Shit. Ooh, yeah, okay. Way closer to Jump King this time. Very cool. Okay. Accessibility. Press down to teleport to your checkpoint. No. No. Fuck. Okay, nice. No. Okay. Okay, this one is going to be hard. Fuck. No! The theme is your weapon, yeah. I mean, I can imagine thinking that the only way you can move is by attacking, so if you want to jump, you have to do a slash, then in the middle of your slash do a thrust. Mm-hmm. I see what you mean. So you are the weapon is actually a cool theme. I think I would have enjoyed that. This is interesting. The fact that you bounce is actually pretty cool. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Really cool game. Really cool game. But way too difficult for now. I would need to be able to play that on my Steam Deck and do something at the same time. Horror games, Divine Wind. It starts badly because it's made with Unity. That's not a good thing. It looks very beautiful though. Choose new line to the Hoku. Thunder, quiet. Thunder. Thunder roars above me. Lighting splits the silence through the dark. To shatter the sky. Okay. Nice. Of course it's beautiful. It's not Godot. Haha. 2 days before. Shoot all targets. What? And now it's Luftrausers all of a sudden. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? The fuck is happening? Oh, maybe because you're playing someone at war or something? Okay. So it's a bunch of mini games to show something. Okay. Pretty cool concept. Oof, I was just in the middle. It's getting short. I would love to see what happens if you fail. Maybe you fall down one branch probably. Lovely pixel art. "34 minutes in the air." What? Oh, you're like a bomb. That is pretty fucking cool. Okay. Okay. Pretty cool so far. Okay, we see what we created earlier. End of the game. Thank you for playing. There's about your thoughts in the comments. Ooh, that was short. That was short, but a cool experience. Main idea. This is the story of a pilot, his life and his death. Told across 4 acts, you will witness his journey from his past to his final moments. This is not the story of one particular person, but rather a reflection of a tragic chapter in history. However, history itself is not our main focus. More than anything, it's a story about people. Those who are turned into weapons, whether by force, duty, or belief. Throughout history, individuals has been used as tools of war. Some go willingly, seeking honor or purpose. Others have no choice at all. But regardless of their reasons, the tragedy remains the same. The game explores the life of a kamikaze pilot not as a glorification of war, but as a reflection of the tragedy of individuals being used as weapons. It emphasizes the human cost of war, showing how people, whether through duty, coercion, or belief, become part of a larger, often cruel machine. This is not a game about winning or losing. There are no victories here. Okay, this is, I like it. I like it. And in here, for example, earlier I told you I don't like gameplay to tell a story, but gameplay can tell a very good story, especially when you are playing it. You see what I mean? When you are the main protagonist, you reflect very differently. This can be turned into a full game. This can be turned into a small short story where you go through more acts. But as a short story, it works really well. It's not a cool 2D game. It's not a cool 2D game. Maybe I should create a new one, which is interesting stories. It's like message at the collection. This is a really cool game. Can I rate it? I can rate it for Pirate Jam? No, I can just leave a comment. Okay. Beautiful and beautiful game with an interesting message. Thanks for this short but amazing, short and amazing game. Short and amazing experience. Cool. Lovely. And I think this is the end, right? He did a Secret Sentai, I don't care, rated the game, whatever, Endless Adventure. Okay, that was really cool. So if you wanted to check out the game, I'm putting you in here, and I'm putting it on YouTube also. YouTube, thank you for being here. I'm removing the stream on YouTube, and